1 o'clock, you just made it, Madam Mayor. So, good afternoon. I would like to welcome all members and guests to our July 9th, 2024 Committee and Council meeting. I will remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised, so please ensure that your phones are on silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called on to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature to be called upon and remove it after speaking. With that, I'll call the July 9th, 2024 Committee and Council meeting to order, and we'll note that all members of Council are present. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, the committee has the agenda before them. Is there any changes to the agenda? If not, could I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Moved by Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? That is carried. There's no early closed session today. We have 9 consent items. Is there any of the consent items anybody would like to pull? Seeing none, could I have a motion to approve consent item 4.1 to 4.9 as presented? Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? That is carried. No deputations today, but we have a presentation regarding the 2023 audited financial statements and year-end performance measures. Staff will present first, followed by a presentation by Matt McAnally, an external auditor from a large charter professional accountants. Council and committee can ask questions of staff and or Matt after the presentation. So Heidi, our General Manager of Corporate Services, can you introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pass this over to Ms. Fanning, our Treasurer, to introduce the staff report.
Thank you, and through the chair to council, we are pleased to be here today to present the 2023 audited financial statements. So staff are going to start up a presentation, and I am going to hand things over to our acting deputy treasurer, Mr. Kitchen, to begin that presentation.
Great, thanks, Amy. Good afternoon, Mayor Martin and members of council. Amy and I have a brief staff presentation outlining the financial results and the year-end performance measures to accompany the 2023 audited financial statements that will be presented shortly by Matt McAnally of Millard's Chartered Professional Accountants. I'll just share my screen. First, some high-level comments. The 2023 year-end audit went well and resulted in Millard's issuing a clean audit opinion on our consolidated financial statements. This means that the financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the county as at December 31st, 2023, and that the results from our operations and cash flow for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards, known commonly as PSAP. We'd also like to mention that the 2023 financial information return, which is another annual ministry reporting requirement, has been substantially completed and will be filed later this week. Next, we'll go over some high-level performance indicators. As shown on the Statement of Financial Position, the net financial assets is an important indicator as it demonstrates the county's ability to pay for its liabilities using its financial assets. Having total financial assets greater than its liabilities is desirable. This was not the case in 2019 when the county had a bracket of $19.4 million. However, this number has rebounded nicely since and is now at $92.9 million at the end of 2023. Another key indicator we wish to bring to council's attention is the taxes receivable as a percentage of taxation revenue. A lower percentage here would indicate that the county has done a better job collecting outstanding tax balances for the year. Although there's a slight increase for 2022 from 2022, we anticipate that this percentage should decline in 2024 due to a refocused corporate collections effort. The next slide shows our reserve and reserve fund balances as well as our outstanding debt. The graph in the upper right shows our levy and rate reserve funds, excluding the legacy and obligatory reserves. The flatter of the two lines is the rate reserves, and as you can see, there has been a steady increase in these reserves year over year, which is positive. However, there are some substantial funding requirements looming for large water and wastewater projects. The other line on the same graph shows our levy reserve and reserve funds. Significant improvement in the last few years for these reserves is attributable to Council's commitment to fund these reserves to appropriate levels. This is a good news story, but there is still work to be done as much of the current reserves are already committed for future projects. Ideally, the balance in the reserves would only fund all replacements, and the county would not have to issue further debt. This leads us to the next graph on our outstanding debt levels. From 2022 to 2023, debt remained relatively unchanged. We issued debt of $7.4 million, but our debt repayments for the year were also about $7.4 million. And we would like to mention that there is no planned debt issuance for 2024 currently. We gave ourselves a thumbs down for this indicator as we have some work to do, as the county's financing policy would be to issue debt for new initiatives. However, as the uncommitted balance in the reserve and reserve funds are far too low, we rely on additional debt to fund many items outside of this policy, including road repairs and reconstructions. Additionally, with significant projects coming in the future, like the interurban water supply, the county is projected to exceed the internally set debt limit. The long-term goal, once reserve contributions can keep pace with annual needs, staff recommend no longer issuing debt for most replacement projects. Next, we would like to explain the annual PSAB surplus as shown on the audited financial statements and how it is different from the operating surpluses we budget for levy and rate. Often there is confusion between the difference between the PSAB surplus and the operating surplus. This is because the format of the annual budgets for levy and rate does not match the presentation of the audited financial statements. Here is a summarized chart of the changes in the accumulated surplus. The levy and rate operating surpluses are approximately $14.5 million of the fixed $56.5 million PSAB surplus, and is reported on the statement of operations. So what makes up the $42 million difference between the PSAB surplus and the operating fund surplus? Part of the $42 million is the net investment in tangible capital assets, or TCA, which increased by $24 million. This is the net amount of the assets capitalized during the year, less the current net amortization, less the increase in unfinanced capital, which are capital projects awaiting financing, and then plus the decrease in debt. Also included in the PSAB surplus is the operations of the local consolidated boards. Noted for completeness are the surpluses resulting from the Simcoe and Delhi BIA operations of approximately $56,000. A significant portion of the $42 million difference in the surplus is the $15.9 million for net reserve and reserve fund transfers. These transfers are an integral part of the county's accumulated surplus and represent the net change between the total reserve contributions of $46.7 million during the year, less $36.4 million that was used to fund those capital projects from the reserves. Most of the funds collected in 2023 are related to projects that are ongoing and included in the capital status reporting to council. The last part of the $42 million difference is the $2.1 million increase in our unfunded liabilities. Unfunded liabilities consist of unfunded asset retirement obligations, unfunded post-employment benefits, and non-vested sick leave and represent non-cash transactions. Now that we know the difference between the $56 million and the $14.5 million operating surplus, I will hand the presentation over to Amy Fanning for her to highlight where staff have allocated the $14.5 million operating surplus.
Thanks, Kevin. So the levy operating budget ended the year with a surplus of $13.09 million. The surplus was significantly higher than anticipated due to higher than normal salary and benefit variances and high investment income. Further details of the levy budget surplus drivers have been included in Appendix A, or page 208 of your agenda package. The first three lines of the table on the slide outline the allocations for the levy budget transfers. The first allocation, that the surplus from the Norfolk County Public Library operations of $118,000 be transferred to the County Library Reserve. These funds will be available to support future year capital purchases for the library. The second allocation is to transfer $2.49 million to the contingency reserve. In 2021, Council approved minimum and maximum target balances of the contingency reserve to ensure that funds are available to use to sustain operations in the event of significant, unanticipated, and unbudgeted emergencies. This transfer will get the contingency reserve to the midpoint of the targeted balance. Lastly, staff are also allocating $10.5 million to the new incremental capital reserve to fund projects initially planned to be financed through the issuance of debentures. This will reduce pressure on the county's debt limit. The final two lines on the table outline the surplus distribution for the rate budget, which ended the year with a surplus of $1.41 million. Overall, the surplus was within a reasonable range, and further details of the surplus drivers have been included in Appendix B or page 210 of your agenda package. So $745,000 is being transferred to the water capital replacement reserve based on net water operations, and $669,000 is being transferred to the wastewater capital replacement reserve based on net wastewater operations. These funds will be allocated towards future capital works. And lastly, on our final slide, we wanted to draw attention to the significant financial improvements that were made in 2023. To briefly state some of the improvements, they include the adoption of a new reserve and reserve fund policy by Council, continued implementation of the Paramount Workplace Purchasing System, and with 4 new departments incorporated in 2023. We completed financial modeling of the IUWS project and presented those results to Council. We completed a financial analysis of Phase 1 of the county's asset management plan and began work on Phase 2. We analyzed and presented to Council an updated methodology for calculating building permit fees and completed an RFP process for the county's insurance portfolio, resulting in savings for the corporation. This positive momentum, along with the operating surplus allocations within the year-end report, will further the strategic priority of sustaining Norfolk, creating a sustainable community and a positive legacy, which is a goal set at the beginning of Council's term. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to Mr. McAnally, who's going to provide a walkthrough for Council of the 2023 consolidated financial statements.
Thanks for the introduction, Amy.
You can raise that up if the
Does it need to
podium
go up?
No, the podium you can raise up higher if it's
okay.
easier to read your paperwork there.
There we go.
Unless they unplugged it.
It's all right. I'm not used to being called tall, so this is nice. Yeah, thank you, Amy, for the introduction. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me here today to speak to the financial statements. Through the chair to the Council, my name is Matt McAnally, as previously said, and I represent Millard, Rouse & Roseboro, the accounting firm here in Simcoe, just down the road from the construction. I'm a partner at the firm, and I grew up in Simcoe, and it's my pleasure to present the audited financial statements here to you today. If we want to flip to page 1, and I'll start there, on management's responsibility for financial reporting. This page explains that the financial statements have been prepared in accordance with public sector accounting standards. Management has determined that estimates and judgments used in preparing these financial statements, as well as controls in place at the county, including formal policies and procedures and the careful selection of employees, are reasonable to ensure the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects. It also states that Millards has performed an audit in accordance with Canadian generally accepted accounting standards on the county's financial statements. Turning to page 2, the independent auditor's report. This report describes the results of our audit. which I'm happy to inform council, and as Kevin previously stated, that we have a clean or an unqualified audit opinion for the year ended December 31st, 2023, which essentially means that after Millard's testing of transactions, internal controls, and examining evidence to support balances contained in these financial statements, we feel that these financial statements present fairly the financial position and operations of the county for the 2023 year end. This report also explains management's, council's, and Millard's responsibilities pertaining to the audit and financial statements, but I'm not going to try to put anybody to sleep here today, so if you want to read through it, I'll let you do it on your own. If you want to flip to page 5, let's get into the numbers. So the logical place to start is the county's statement of operations, and this represents the county's performance for the year ended December 31st, 2023. Taxation revenue, or the tax levy, increased over prior year by $9.5 million to $122.5 million in accordance with the budget, and related to an increase in the tax levy and population growth in the county. Federal transfers seen a decrease versus prior year to $4.49 million, and this was mainly due to Indwell funding received in 2022 of $10 million, which also corresponds to the decrease in social housing expenditures below of $10 million. The additional decline in federal transfers related to less utilization of the Canada Community Building Fund in 2023 versus 2022, which was formerly named the Gas Tax Fund. Going down a line item, provincial transfers increased by $6 million to $79 million due to additional funding for childcare, part of the CWELC program, which also corresponds with the increase in social and family services expenditures down below. User charges represent water and wastewater, and the $2.5 million increase to $37.7 million is due to an increase in rates in 2023. Other income increased $4.5 million to $24.4 million due to investment income outperforming prior year by $6.3 million. And this exceeded budget due to interest rates remaining higher for longer than anticipated. This was offset by developer contributed assets decreasing by $2 million versus 2022, as there were no assets contributed by developers in 2023. Moving down to the expense categories, general expenses increased $1.3 million to $24.8 million, and this was due to an increase in salaries. Health services declined by $1.5 million to $21.5 million due to some one-time COVID costs in 2022 not occurring in 2023. Social and family services increased by $8 million to $54.8 million due to child care fee subsidy transfers, and 2023 not seeing as much of an impact from COVID as 2022 did with respect to child care. Also contributing to the increase was an increase in Norview salaries in 2023 versus 2022. Recreation and cultural services also increased $1.4 million to $16.1 million, and that was due mostly to salary increases. So overall, an increase in revenue to $271 million for the county, and consistent level of expenditures at $215 million for the county resulted in a surplus of $56 million for 2023, up $7 million from 2022. As explained, this surplus over prior years is largely the result of investments outperforming expectations and some cost savings realized by the county in 2023. The $56 million surplus generated excludes amounts spent by the county on tangible capital assets or projects such as roads, bridges, sanitary projects throughout the year, as well as the commitment of funds to operating and capital reserves to ensure the county is able to meet future planned and unplanned financial and infrastructure requirements as they are required. To explain the allocation and where this surplus went, I'd like everybody to turn to page 24. Apologies on a little bit of a page flipping exercise here. So this is note 10 to the financial statements. And as I alluded to, it helps explain where the surplus for the current year has been spent or plans to be spent in the future year. The difference between, if you look at the bottom, between the $752 million and the $695 million represents the county's 2023 surplus increase of $56 million. Of the surplus, $24 million has been spent in 2023, which represents the top category of net investment in tangible capital assets. So that's the difference between the $560 million and the $536 million. The remaining surplus has been allocated to reserves at year end, as well as decreasing unfunded liabilities. If we look under the reserve category for capital replacement, wastewater, and water specifically, these total up to $41.4 million at year end, which is up $5 million from prior year, and also up significantly from balances 10 years ago of only $14.3 million and 5 years ago of $28.6 million. Also, other contingency and general capital reserves total $93.6 million at year end, up almost $20 million from 2022, and up significantly from 2014's balance of $1.2 million, and as Kevin previously stated, 2019's negative $1.4 million reserve balance. The building up of these reserve funds through yearly surpluses is definitely a positive and has allowed the county to significantly increase their investment income, which in 2023 was $12.7 million versus only 5 years ago, it was $1.8 million. And it empowers the county to address future capital needs without such a reliance on external debt to finance it. Now, to illustrate the balances held by the county comprising this $752 million at year end, again, let's flip back to page 4, which is the statement of financial position. So a reminder, these balances are at a point in time, being December 31st, 2023, and the right column, 2022. And I'll highlight some of the variances year over year. Investments increased approximately $42 million to almost $268 million at year end due to county reserves being strengthened and investment performance throughout the year. Taxes receivable increased by $1.8 million to $12.1 million as a result of an increase in the tax levy. However, arrears as a percentage of levy remain consistent with prior year's levels, which is a positive. AP increased by $6 million to $53.8 million as a result of government funding repayable. This represents funds received during the year but not yet spent at year end, and mostly related to child care funding and Norview funding. Asset retirement obligations, which represents $20.4 million in 2023. This was a new accounting standard introduced and adopted by the county in 2023 and represents the county recognizing future costs pertaining to the operation of the landfills and any asbestos abatement that's going to be happening in the future. The decrease of $1.8 million to $20.4 million at year end represents the county's current year payments made to extinguish this liability. Further information, including estimations used by management in determining the assets and liabilities associated with these AROs and its impact on 2022's figures, are contained in Note 2, Note 3, and Note 7 of the financial statements. A lot of information, a lot of good information about what this new standard pertains to and what this new balance really represents on the county's financial position. The long-term liabilities remain consistent with prior years at $85 million. as $7.4 million of debt was repaid in 2023 versus $7.4 million of debt being issued to the county upon the completion of the Causeway, the county garage, and the Simcoe sanitary capital projects in 2023. Note 8 to the financial statement further illustrates the terms and interest rates on the $85 million of the county's long-term debt. And I think it's important to highlight sort of the composition at year end, just because of the ever-increasing rates in our economy today. 70% of this $85 million bears interest between 0.5 and 3.5%, so fairly low. 27% of the debt is between 4% and 5%, and the remaining 3% bears interest at 5.8%. So really, the majority of the debt is still at fairly good interest rates at year end. Moving down, tangible capital assets increased $25 million over prior year, representing $56 million of infrastructure additions such as roads and bridges, compared with amortization of only $31 million. Overall, total accumulated surplus was approximately $760 million for the county at December 31st, 2023, which represents the $752 million related to TCA and reserves as previously explained in Note 10, and $7 million which results from unrealized gains on the county's investments at year end, which is further detailed on page 6. And before I end, I guess I'd like to thank Kevin, Amy, Heidi, Al, and all of the corporate services team for those who assisted in this year's audit process. You're great to work with again this year, and yeah, we look forward to working with you again next year. We are under contract until 2025, so I'm not just paid to say this or trying to get another year. It was a pleasure to work with you guys this year, so thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Hey, thanks, Matt. Does anybody have questions on how we spent $230 million? So, Councillor Vanendry.
Thank you for your presentation, which actually you gave us more information than probably we get from most auditors that come out. But anyway, that was good. And the point is, since you've gone through this, you've worked with a lot of staff, have you any thoughts of recommendations that you could see, any changes that could be made that would be even more positive for the county?
Through the chair, to Councillor Linda, I'm not going to try to say your last name, I'm sorry. But yeah, recommendations, I think, continue the course. We've seen obviously some success over the past couple years. From a control perspective, nothing to note. All the controls tested, things like that, passed or were satisfactory. So nothing from that perspective. But in terms of management of the finances and operation, I think, yeah, continue the course.
Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Matt. Matt, thanks for coming. Great presentation. This is a question that I always like to touch base on with your predecessor, because he would give a great report and tell us we were doing a great job, and then I'd see him on the sidewalk and he'd say, "Oh, you gotta change this, you gotta do this, you gotta up this." So to you, I say staff are projecting an 8.5% property tax increase next year. We have projections out until 2028, and it's roughly about 29-30%. When you look at our books and you look at the debt and you look at the capital reserve, and we have only $8 million uncommitted, are we in a position where we're headed in a positive trajectory with these moderate to fairly heavy increases we're seeing the community? This generation of the community is taking the brunt on, or are we not increasing them enough? Are we not scratching the surface enough?
Through the chair to the councillor and to Mayor Martin, thank God I audit on historical information. So I don't want to wade too much into the waters of, do I think that increases and sort of what is going to be done in the future is going to meet the 10-year capital needs, because there is some heavy lifting to be done, as management has probably shown to the council. But I think you guys are on the right track. Some of these surpluses, while painful for the current generation or painful for the current ratepayers of Norfolk County, I think are necessary, considering some of the planned capital expenditures that is going to be required in order to continue to service this community and grow this community as sort of everybody would like to do. Again, a lot of my work is based on what has already happened. So I'm not an expert in how much is going to be needed for the future, but I think that continuing on this trajectory of saving and planning for the future is definitely not a bad start.
Okay, and I just throw that out as a warning shot, so when we cross paths on the street, you don't give me a percentage like your predecessor would.
I promise I won't.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so to that end then, you know what we have coming down the pipe, you know what's in the capital plan, you know the numbers of where our debt's currently at, but our projections for it. So in your opinion, how critical is it for this council to bring home provincial and federal dollars to support the work we're doing if we want to dig ourselves out of a hole? Do you see us digging ourselves out with our own source revenue?
Yeah, great question. I think a lot is going to rely on, some provincial, some federal funding that definitely will help, such as the Inflow funding. Are you able to sort of weather the storm or fund a lot of these capital expenditures on your own? Like I said, I'm a historical auditor. I don't have a crystal ball, but currently, the way you guys have been saving, I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, inflation's a big driver. So what once cost, and I'm sure everybody around here knows, what once cost $10 million in the last 3 or 4 years, now all of a sudden it magically costs 20. Who's to say in 5 years that trend doesn't continue? So, and I don't want to scare anybody, and I'm not trying to scare anybody, but yeah, those are all good questions. I don't know, as my capacity as your auditor, if I'm maybe the necessary one to answer them, but I understand I am being put on the spot. But no, I think what you're doing isn't a bad place to start.
Thank you.
So if you ever want to retire from being an accountant, I think there's an opening in the political world for somebody who can go to that extent to really not give an answer.
Thank you.
But I will follow up a bit on that myself. When I first got on council, Norfolk County was #1 in Ontario out of 444 municipalities, because we were the only one who had more debt than what we had reserves. And I think the mayor was sort of tiptoeing on that. We need to continue that process to try to have money to replace things that already exist and not have to borrow money to do it. Is that a sort of a good assumption on my part?
Yeah, through the chair to yourself. I think you understand the importance of that. And I think that is a good assumption. Like, it's a large ship and it takes a long time to steer it in the right direction. And I think you guys have been steered in the right direction. So again, to continue on that course, I think is probably the appropriate way to go.
Councillor Brunton, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Matt. Matt, through your experience, how do we compare with tax arrears? Like, I know we make interest on tax arrears, but how do you work with other municipalities?
Yep.
How do we compare?
I wouldn't say anything out of the normal.
No.
Yeah. And like I said, the work we did this year, consistent with last year as a percentage of the entire tax levy. And yeah, I wouldn't say anything out of the normal as to other municipalities or possibly industry standards.
Okay. And I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, I have a couple other questions, but I'm not sure if Matt can answer. or Amy. My question is, when we look at all the cemeteries we seem to be inheriting, what are they, not trust funds, but also the perpetual care and that, are they looked at individually or are they both together in this audit? I don't know who answers that.
Thank you for that question, and through the chair to council. So the trust funds are audited separately because they're audited at a lower materiality level because the numbers are smaller, and it's also a requirement. So you'll see a separate set of statements in your package, which is just specifically related to the trust funds. So that's where you'll see any of the items related to those cemeteries that we take on from a financial perspective showing up there.
So like perpetual care for a cemetery in, say, Simcoe or Delhi, are they kept separate?
Through the chair to council, for accounting purposes, we have grouped them together in a few different ways, but they are monitored separately, separate bank accounts, separate transactions. But we group abandoned cemeteries together, for example. So any of the abandoned ones that we've taken on that still have trust dollars, you'd see those grouped together. But they are kept separately from all other operating accounts. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And my last question is the Highway 3 contamination site. I think we're up to about 10 million, and that's all financed through debentures. Am I correct? So if that drops, hopefully at some point that albatross will drop off, and that's part of that 85 million in debt that we have in here.
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, that's correct. So with the final issuance of that was done last year, I believe, off the top of my head. And so we shouldn't have any more issuances coming forward, but we are monitoring the site. So I think there was a report from some of my colleagues in that division that they're monitoring the site, so there could be future impacts. But as of right now, we're not projecting any more debt for that site.
Thank you.
Councillor Very, did you have a question or? Okay. Any more questions anywhere? If not, we have recommendation that report CS 20-24-101, the audited financial statements and year-end performance measures be received as information, and that the 2023 consolidated financial statements for Norfolk County be received. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Mayor Martin. All in favor? That is carried. Thanks very much, Matt. Item number 7, communications. We have one communication item today, the letter from the Honourable Sean Fraser, the Minister of Housing, re the Canada Housing Infrastructure and Housing Fund Accelerator. I have a motion to receive that as information. Moved by Councillor Columbus, second by Councillor Michelli. All in favor? That's carried. Staff reports. 8.11, the Ontario Works Discretionary Budget Update. Stephanie Rice, will you be presenting this report?
Thank you. Through the chair, pardon us for our musical chairs. I'm going to introduce to you Chris Parker, Program Manager for Ontario Works. Chris is going to present this report for us, so I'm going to turn it over to Chris now and let her sit down here. Thank you.
Through the chair to members of the committee, I am presenting staff report HSS 24-024, information memo regarding Ontario Works discretionary budget update. The recommendation from staff is that the Ontario Works discretionary budget update be received as information. It was October 2015 when Council last reviewed the Ontario Works discretionary budget through the report HSS 15-21. Discretionary benefits are 100% provincially funded benefits that assist recipients of Ontario Works, OW, and Ontario Disability Support Program, ODSP, with various health-related needs, funeral costs, and other items. The Ministry of Community and Social Services, MCCSS, funds these benefits up to a capped amount, which is determined by a formula based on the service area's caseload numbers. The funding formula has not changed in many years, and with escalating consumer costs, discretionary funding caps place significant pressures on the ability to provide services to the community. This report serves as an update on discretionary benefits, the current pressures, and cost mitigation strategies that staff are using to address challenges. The Ontario Works Act provides the legislative framework for the provision of financial assistance to people in temporary financial need and outlines that in addition to the basic financial assistance, mandatory and discretionary benefits are to be provided. Discretionary benefits are 100% provincially funded up to a limit based on caseload numbers. Based on policy guidance, the items and amounts covered under discretionary benefits can be determined by the Consolidated Municipal Service Manager, CMSM, based on individual community needs and priorities. Discretionary benefits are provided on a case-by-case basis at the discretion of the administrator to people on OW and ODSP. Any expenditures which exceed this cap are to be funded by the municipal levy. In 2022, the incoming requests for discretionary benefits began to exceed the funds available, and as such, social services has been unable to fund some of the requests for assistance. The social services team are working on some cost mitigation strategies in order to provide funds needed without the need for municipal levy funding. The top 3 budget drivers for discretionary benefits are: number 1, funerals and burials; number 2, dental services and dentures; and number 3, vision services and glasses. With regard to the number 1 budget driver of funerals, MCCSS recommends a maximum of $2,250 for funeral costs, but the service manager has the discretion to exceed this guideline amount, but the total expenditures must still fall within the capped budget amount. The current 2024 coverage amount is based on a previous council decision in 2010 to pay $4,200 with an annual increase commencing January 1st of each year based on the previous year's consumer price index. The decision stated that cemetery costs were to be paid in addition to the base coverage amount. These additional costs can range from $1,000 to $3,000 per burial. The social services team continues to work with both Haldeman and Norfolk cemetery staff to address these burials in a more cost-effective manner. Since social services works with several different funeral providers, the costs for funerals may vary depending on area, location, services provided, and the wishes of the family. There's a table in the report which shows how much Norfolk is paying in comparison with other CMSMs in the province. The number 2 budget driver is dental. Additional assistance for dental services is now being phased in through the federal government's announcement concerning the Canadian Dental Care Program, and they will first be providing assistance to disabled and eligible adults 65 and older, and over time they will expand to eligible adults 18 to 64. These programs may in the future have a significant impact on discretionary spending, which may allow discretionary benefits to be redirected to other needs. Working with community partners, social services will continue to align services under provincial and federal programs to help mitigate costs while ensuring vulnerable residents are referred to the appropriate program for their ongoing health needs. The number 3 budget driver being vision care. While the cost of prescription glasses continue to rise, the discretionary benefit amount has not increased to align with the increased need. Social services team has had to make decisions about what coverage can be provided due to budget constraints. The team continues to look for effective and cost-efficient ways to provide discretionary benefits to residents who are in need that are within the parameters of the program. As the municipality moves into budget discussions later this year, proposed solutions that address significant pressures on this budget benefit allotment will be presented for further consideration moving forward. In conclusion, while providing discretionary benefits to OW and ODSP recipients remains an important service, the lack of ongoing increases in the capped funding has strained the ability to meet community needs. Ongoing strategic initiatives to align services with the other available programs, collaboration with other service providers in the community, and a commitment to solutions that balance need and fiscal responsibility will continue to guide program delivery. Staff will bring this item forward for consideration and direction during 2025 budget discussions. So we are open to questions if there are any questions at this time.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many caseload clients do you have? Norfolk.
Through the chair, we have about 1,400 cases for Ontario Works, and there are over 3,000 ODSP cases in Haldeman, Norfolk.
Kim, Councillor Huffman. Sir.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up on that, the percentage of the number of individuals receiving ODSP, how do we compare on a provincial average for our area?
Through the chair, we are a little bit above average for the number of ODSP recipients.
All right, that's what I thought. The numbers did seem high compared to our population. Thanks.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Councillor Columbus' question was about the number of Ontario Works and ODSP cases in Norfolk County, I believe is what he was asking, but I believe, did you give him the figure for both Haldeman and Norfolk?
Yes.
So is it possible to break that down to Norfolk County only?
Through the chair, yes. Well, I don't have the exact figure, but it's about 60% of the numbers belong to Norfolk and the remaining belong to Haldeman County.
So I think you said Haldeman, when it comes to Ontario Works, Haldeman, Norfolk, can you repeat the number? Was it 800?
Through the chair, 1,400 Ontario Works cases.
Sorry, 1,400,
Yeah.
and so it would probably be something in the range of about 800 for Norfolk. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for staff? If not, a motion to receive the report as information would be in order. Moved by Councillor Very, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Item 8.2. Oh, sorry, 8.12. Stephanie, you're up again for introducing the report on the Ontario Works Scheduling Tool replacement.
Thank you, through the chair. Once again, reintroducing Chris Parker, who's going to present the report, but I wanted to thank Shannon Gould, who is here in person with us as well. Shannon actually authored the report and worked very closely and collaboratively with Chris on this. So this is a partnership. Chris is going to present because it pertains to our Ontario Works program, and it is made possible through the Ontario Works one-time funding that we were able to secure through a budget process earlier this year. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris, and for questions, Chris and Shannon are both available. Thank you.
Through the chair to members of the committee, I am presenting staff report HSS 24-025, Ontario Works Scheduling Tool Replacement. The recommendation from staff is that council receive report HSS 24025 as information, and that council authorizes a single source supply according to Norfolk County Purchasing Policy CS-02 with Clark Communications to acquire their integrated team scheduling tool for a term of 3 years. Staff are requesting that council authorize staff are requesting that council authorize the acquisition of a sector-specific technology to support the delivery of social services in Haldeman, Norfolk. The Clark Integrated Scheduling Tool is a customized tool which is designed to meet the needs of each municipality while ensuring critical elements are consistent across the Ontario Works delivery agents, which align with Ontario Works provincial legislation. The scheduling tool solution currently being used by social services is outdated with limited functions and has no available technical support. It is difficult to maintain and further poses a security risk to the county's IT infrastructure. Clark applications are utilized by 10 or more other municipalities to support the delivery of Ontario Works program, and they provide integration with SAMS, which is the province's social assistance technology. A single source purchase of the Clark tool will allow for the modernization of Ontario Works scheduling functions and reduce manual administrative duties. 50-50 funding for startup costs to purchase this tool has been received through MCCSS, and ongoing maintenance costs have been approved through the budget process as outlined in HSS 23-065. The Ontario Works program is legislated, MCCS-funded program, which is administered locally by Norfolk County as the service manager for Norfolk County and Haldimand County. SAMS, which is the system used to deliver the program across Ontario, does not have the capacity for custom web applications, system planning, integration, and performance metrics needs. The lack of capacity within the current scheduler, which was acquired in 2008, has resulted in various time-consuming manual administrative tasks. Ontario Works has limited resources and capacity to connect with individual clients for reminders. This negatively impacts attendance rates for those requiring service. The current tool has discontinued software maintenance and no longer has technical support available. The current software's technology stack is either too complex, outdated, non-compliant, or irrelevant to maintain when compared to other modern platforms, and poses a security risk to the county's information technology infrastructure. Specifically, the system is segregated on the county's technology network to maintain compliance with cybersecurity standards and insurance. The clusters of segregated systems are considered end of life. Segregated systems present challenges for IT staff to maintain system availability, functionality, data, backup, and recovery. OW and IT staff conducted research on technologies available and consulted with other municipalities and associations to explore optimal solutions. Clark Communications has developed 3 integrated web applications which have critical relationships with SAMS, and they have become broadly accepted platforms within the social assistance providers. The integrated team scheduler provides collaboration across teams, departments, and offices for the purpose of promoting wraparound services for clients. Additional features include staff availability calendars, conflict detection, automated invites and reminders, real-time attendee check-ins, on-demand metrics, report data, and dashboards. The authorization to acquire a single source supply of this sector-specific technology will modernize social services scheduling without the need for separate manual processes. In conclusion, staff are requesting that Council authorize a single source supply as outlined in Norfolk County Purchasing Policy CS02, Section 4.8.4, with Clark Marketing Communications to acquire their integrated scheduling tool for a term of 3 years. The purchase of the Clark Scheduler will provide much-needed modernization since the tool currently used is considered end of life. The Clark Scheduler is considered the best available product to purchase since it is customized to municipal needs in delivering social assistance and has functionality to integrate with SAMS. It comes highly recommended by other service managers who use this tool in its delivery of social assistance. And we are open for questions at this time.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Any questions for staff on this one? This fits right alongside of the getting rid of our fax machines problem, right?
Yeah.
Councillor Vanendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. The modernization, I'll call it, is this is what we're doing. We're modernizing the system. Does it give us any savings at all? And I'll preface that by saying, years ago, when the computer came out, it was supposed to save us and give us more time and efficiencies. Does this create any efficiencies?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question. Yes, savings both in cost and time and capacity for us to do better, more person-centric work with the people that we support. So an example of this mechanism in line with SAMS, a lot of the additional updates to the SAMS system have allowed clients to interface with us directly, so through technology. So instead of printing numerous letters, we're able to do a lot of things electronically. So just to make, that's a fairly easy cost reduction right there, paper and stamps. And so we have seen some of that. This technology will provide us some of that as well, because if we're able to remind people about appointments directly through technology, so again, that sort of antiquated letter and stamp process will have a cost savings. And so that is definitely a piece of it. For us, I would say the measure of savings is the time and the capacity that it affords us. And so through this, we're able to do deeper dive, more, like I said, more person-centric work. Yep, continue. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I understand and appreciate it. Today, there's just so much, I'll just call it paperwork, that has to be done, that's so time-consuming and takes away from the actual job that you have to do. So
100%.
with this, I'm hoping to see that better things can come out of it, because I'm afraid with government, it's always, it has to be so much paper, and it's, well, on the computer. But anyway, at the end of the day, if it's savings that you can redirect
Yes.
manpower to,
Yes.
I think is very appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I just want to thank you very much for that comment and the recognition that, yes, that administrative duties, they do become cumbersome for our team members, for our clients, for all of us. And so just recognizing that this is a direct benefit and will reduce both cost financially and build that capacity and reduce some of the administrative burden. And just wanted to reiterate something that came up through advisory committee. This scheduling tool, none of these modernization pieces that we're talking about today are looking at a reduction in staffing complement, simply in increasing the capacity for a very lean staff team to continue to work with what they have to do as best service and provide exceptional customer service as much as possible. So thank you for that.
Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The initial cost says, the report, $80,000, but then there's a $50,000 per year cost for maintenance. Can you share with us what the maintenance is for this? What are the, is it a contracted service, or what exactly is the maintenance? Because $50,000 a year is quite substantial.
Okay, then bringing in the expert for you here.
Thank you, Chair. Through to Council. The annual maintenance fee, or the annual maintenance cost, includes twofold. One is the hosting fees and the maintenance of the equipment of the provider. And then the second portion of that is the actual maintenance, so any of the software updates and the maintenance to the actual service.
Is that's $50,000 gone? Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other questions for staff? If not, there's a staff recommendation that staff report HSS-24-025 Ontario Work Scheduling Tool Replacement be received as information, and that council authorizes a single source supply as outlined in Norfolk County Purchasing Policy CS-02, Section 4.8.4 with Clark Marketing Communications to acquire their integrated team scheduler for a term of 3 years. Would anybody like to move that or offer an alternative? Moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. Any discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, staff, for presenting that. Next item is 8.2.1, the OPA Phase 2 update. Mr. Sloan, would you like to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. So the next item is an information report to help ensure there's awareness that we are now launching into the Phase 2 official plan amendment component to implement our growth study comprehensive review and also to conform to the provincial policy statement. We are following a similar public process to the Phase 1 official plan amendment under the Planning Act that was just adopted, including multiple opportunities for engagement. There are also some recent legislative changes through Bill 185 in the planning world and beyond that are outlined in the report. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Goodbrand to do a bit more of an overview. Nicole?
Thank you, Brandon, and through you, Chair. I'd first like to start just with a quick recap, much of what Brandon just spoke about. So the process that we're going through now began and is foundationally built on the work completed through the Grow Norfolk program, the county's growth management study, which began in June of 2021. The growth study work was completed in late 2023, and the process to implement the work was initiated immediately after that, coming at the beginning of this year. This process was split into two phases at the onset. The first focused on including the growth information directly from the study and any required changes to the urban settlement boundaries. This was approved by Council in the not-so-distant past in May 2024. The second phase of this process is now being initiated, and it's intended to include the completion of the Land Evaluation and Area Review, or the LEAR study, which includes a peer review of the documents that we've had established so far, with policy updates pertaining to new land use designations or the possibility of those, such as rural land uses. It includes the review of hamlet settlement areas, the review of policies and land use designations pertaining to natural heritage and hazard lands, as well as some other provincial policy statement conformity components. In terms of the work scope, there's three main components that make up the program. So it involves the review of Bill 185, or the Cutting Red Tape to Build More Homes Act, which was recently passed by the province right before recess for the summer. This included changes to appeal rights for third parties for official plan amendments and zoning bylaws, the removal of the ability to require a pre-consultation meeting, and the reversal of the fee refund mechanism established through Bill 109, or the More Homes for Everyone Act from 2022. In terms of the program plan, any required changes pertaining to Bill 185 would be incorporated as part of this process. There's also a focus, as mentioned previously, on agricultural and natural heritage systems. So while the review is intended to be comprehensive, there is particular attention on these two areas, including the mapping of prime agricultural lands with more detail through that LEAR study, as well as looking at possible designations, looking at hamlet settlement boundary in terms of review and potential changes to those, as well as the natural heritage system as it relates to designations and overlays, specifically in looking at a natural heritage systems approach as identified in the provincial documentation. The other component that may or may not fit into this process, purely depending on timing, is the potential for a new provincial policy statement. So the current provincial policy statement came out in 2020. This year, the province proposed a new version of that PPS, which builds on a previously released version that was released originally in 2023. The new PPS has not yet received royal assent. However, if put into force and effect, it would include modifications that would impact the processing or establishing of new or expansions to settlement areas. In effect, the draft policy removes the requirement for a municipal comprehensive review to expand settlement areas and proposes alternative conditions which must be met to consider an owner-initiated application for expansion. In the current context of Norfolk County, that would obviously impact the processing of hamlet settlement expansions, as well as the need for those. There would be another option. Staff will monitor what comes of the draft PPS, as we have seen a previous version in 2023 that did not come to fruition, but we will make those changes to the official plan based on what comes of that new PPS. In terms of public engagement and consultation, like Phase 1, this project is intended to be completed under Section 26 of the Planning Act, and that the Planning Act requires under that section, which is about revising official plans, that the council consults with the province regarding the revisions, as well as holding a special meeting open to the public. Phase 2 is intended to include much more engagement than that, however, including early engagement with the applicable provincial ministries, as well as our neighboring Indigenous communities with treaty rights and historical connections with the area. Consultation of county departments and local agencies will also be important to this process, not limited to public health, forestry, development engineering, building, as well as our conservation authorities. And county advisory committees, including our Planning Advisory Committee and the Agricultural Advisory Committee, will also be consulted. Staff will also be facilitating 2 separate public information centers and feedback sessions to accommodate varying schedules in advance of the special council meeting for additional opportunity for the public to voice their thoughts on this part of the project. And the Engage Norfolk platform will be used similarly to Phase 1 as the main source to facilitate online communication and feedback through the virtual format for the public. And with that, I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Any questions to staff? Councillor Vanendree.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Is there a timeline? Did I see it? Like, when do we anticipate starting this process?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Der Rishi. So the intent is to initiate the process as of now.
Right.
The timeline is on the slides. It should be up there now for you. So we're looking, the LEAR peer review has already been initiated, and we're looking for results, 2 results this month, as well as the policy and best practices review, which is an overarching kind of background work, will be completed. We're looking at the public information centers for October, with the statutory public meeting anticipated in November, and potential bylaw being prepared for December.
Thank you, and I do see it on that, but my point is, we're trying to get it out to the public so that they can participate in this process, correct? So it's important that we start early in advertising and speaking about it and telling the public what's going on. And I want to go back to the LEAR review process. Who determines the process? Like, who's the checker of the exchequer here on the LEAR process?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Der Rishi. So I believe the scope of the initial LEAR work was a part of the growth management project, so it was part of what council approved. And then the peer review process is just a review of what was established through that initial approval.
Okay. I'm not getting as much as I need from that, but I will delve into it and I'll get it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, maybe just to help supplement that, the LEAR study does follow provincial direction. So with the ministry and the applicable ministries and OMAFRA, there are certain things that a LEAR study is to do and how you follow that. And so there's been consultation and direction following that all the way along as well. And so the province, that's another reason, as well as Nicole mentioned, about the engagement as we go to finalize and implement this, is to engage with the ministries up front.
Follow-up, Councillor Vanendree?
Yes, thank you. Yes, Brandon, I can understand that. But has the LEAR study in and of itself been upgraded or changed in any way from what it was?
Through the chair, so the LEAR study was in draft form, and it has been public, and it has been part of some of the public procedures. I believe in the draft form there was some of the evaluation draft, we'll call it draft evaluation of some of the lands that was still in different categories, and that is what was being refined through the staff review, but then now from the peer review. Like, this is looking at all of the agricultural lands in all of the county, and so it's important to have this third-party review of it. And so through this process, we do expect by the time we get to that October Public Information Center that we will have an updated version. And it'll be also with some of the draft material so that the public can review that in advance of getting to the November and December timeframes.
Okay, thank you. And I will acknowledge that we've had several conversations with this as well. So I'm interested in seeing how this is going to work in the LEAR process.
Okay, Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this is an interesting report. I liked it, but I have a boatload of questions. I really wanted to just say thanks first and foremost for putting in the attachment of the Bill 185 planning related changes and making note of those. I especially was, pleased to see in writing from a non-biased source about the appeal changes, because we had deputations here at council coming to us telling the public how appeals were going to work, and that is not the case. So as we said, with those new PPS suggested changes and then the changes through on Bill 185, those appeal processes have changed and probably will continue to change. So first and foremost, I'm pleased to see this clearly articulated with our plan. So I'm, assuming safe to say this is exactly how we did the first phase, where it was initiated and shared the public dates for public consultation and public participation. And we're going to follow the same practice as the first round of this municipal comprehensive review. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, yes, that would be correct, yeah.
Okay, so for all the councillors out there who don't think that we have enough public hearing meetings as it relates to land amendments, we're following the same process that we followed on phase 1, and we're documenting it here for phase 2. I wondered if we could dig in a little bit to, additionally, I would encourage communication staff to put out a thorough, robust plan on this part 2 of this plan. But my actual questions, Nicole, I'm wondering if you can walk me through the process and the role and the influence that a municipality has and will have over the specific agricultural and natural heritage system focus on this plan. So it involves the mapping of prime ag lands and examining potentials for designating rural lands in the countryside with broader ranges of uses, and the overlay for the best practices in natural heritage systems. So giving consideration to that, what is the actual role we are going to play in the mapping of prime agricultural land, and what influence do we have over changing that in our own municipality?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin. So the municipality does have a fair amount of ability in terms of evaluating through the provincially guided process of the LEAR process in terms of evaluating prime ag and or rural land uses. So while there was the initial soil class system, the LEAR process came after and provides an opportunity to look at more than just the soil and look at those other components. And so that feeds into the overall process and being able to determine what is or is not, or what is of higher value, which I think would be a more accurate way to talk about Norfolk's instance, where we have a significant amount of what for the remainder of the province would consider largely all prime ag. The process is intended to give us, so even in the drafts you could see lands that were considered borderline or considered not prime through the LEAR process. And so we have the ability to propose something to be potentially different with those lands in terms of use, whether it's a separate land use or evaluated in our existing land use system. So using that LEAR process, that's what gives us kind of the ability, and us being council through approval of that land use and through adoption of a bylaw, and then through that section 26 ultimate approval through the ministry.
Okay, so we will, through your work and the LEAR study, we're going to take a look at the mapping inside Norfolk County on the prime ag lands, and we're going to go beyond that soil class system. We're going deeper with this LEAR assessment, and we're going to take a good look at the lands that are designated as prime ag lands, and we're going to ensure that they actually are, and therefore should be preserved. And if they're not, because of natural heritage, because of clay, because of silt because of wetlands, then they won't be classified as prime ag land, and that will give those landowners the ability to do more with their land. Is that a fair assessment? I'm looking at Brandon, but I'm talking to you, Nicole.
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, yes, in the way that based on the best practices and those work components that will be brought to council to look at in terms of what all of your options would look like in terms of rural land uses, separate land uses, designations, for example, and what other implications those may have. So you can have that perspective in relation to what other communities have been doing, what best practices are laid by the province, and what approach would be the best fit for Norfolk.
Very interesting. And then for clarity, the decision made by council will also go off to the province for approval. So if we've done something that is not agreeable or not, that's the section 26, that will need to be approved similarly to any official plan amendments.
Through the chair to Councilor Martin, to Mayor Martin, sorry, that is correct. Yeah, it goes to the approval authority in section 26 is the province.
Okay, very interesting. And then I suppose last question, you're able to cover off all of the agricultural land in Norfolk County in a few short months?
So through the chair to Mayor Martin, the intention, I mean, the process has been ongoing with the Lear project for quite a few years now, actually. And so the intent is, yeah, that larger review through the lens of the Lear, but it is encompassing of the entire county with obviously more specific attention to the lands that maybe fall on the two ends of that spectrum of, extremely valuable in that protection layer, as well as the maybe not as valuable with potential other alternatives.
And is there a reason why we wouldn't have done this prior to phase 1?
Through the chair to the mayor, it was initiated at that time, but in order to keep the urban components moving, given the timeline of the project, the decision was to keep hamlets and that more agricultural system outside of our urban areas as one cohesive unit to allow that urban component to, with influence of the initial Lear study, to move forward with our existing knowledge of those areas.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, I think you've pointed out a good thing that agriculture is the default zoning anywhere in Norfolk County, even though there is a lot of land that never has been used for agricultural purposes and never will be, and it's about time that we looked at that subtle difference, right? So, Councillor Huffman, you had a question.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I just wanted to kind of tag along with Councillor Van den Rietsch's comments, and I wanted to make sure that I think we did have the proper number of public information centers on the growth project, the first part, but I think that we need to do a better job in terms of a more robust way of getting the information out to the community members. I think with the development community was very well aware, but unfortunately I don't think the general public was, so I would like to see a robust comms on that. Thanks.
I see an awful lot of nodding heads with our staff, so I think they've got the point. So. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Nicole, I'm wondering if you can maybe just expand on, and I realize it might be a little premature in that it hasn't received assent yet, but use it or lose it, what that may look like, and what it looks like right now for us, and how we would go about determining timelines, etc.
Through the chair to Councillor Duffy. So in terms of how it functions currently, it's not so much in existence, or I guess previous to, it is actually now in effect. But how it previously functioned was more so in relation to conditional approvals of specific land division types. So you could put essentially a use it or lose it policy in terms of if you didn't fulfill your conditions, you would no longer have that approval. There was a long period of time where those didn't even exist. So a subdivision could exist in draft form in perpetuity and be revived, 20 years, 30 years later with maybe a different perspective from the community on what should have been appropriate at that time. So that has kind of been implemented within the last, I would say, 2 decades, at least last decade, in terms of that. But the big change here is that we're not looking at conditional approval anymore, or your time from your conditional approval to fulfill your conditions. We're looking at your approved plans and your ability to get to building permit, which has never existed before, to my knowledge. So rather than the planning components and potentially stagnating after those planning approvals are completed, like those subdivisions who existed for many years without being built out, this could be a parameter around you have to have building permits issued within a certain time frame. And so in terms, it does give a timeline. It can be no less than 3 years in terms of your approvals to your building permit from the province, but we can set parameters around that and essentially force development when there is, so keeping in mind that those draft approvals would only come when there's suitable conditions and such as servicing, infrastructure, et cetera, that would fit within that, and then the obligation would be then put on the developer or builder to fulfill that project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that. That's really good to hear. Do you anticipate then that there will be, it sounds like there's a prescribed timeline in terms of not less than 3 years, but will we set guidelines within Norfolk for that, or will it be on an application by application basis? Is there provincial standards? How will we determine that?
Through the chair, I might pass that to Brandon just to provide a bit more context from the overall planning department level in terms of that approach.
Through the chair, it's likely that would be done through a condition of approval. So there would be a requirement in the condition of approval, and then that goes into the agreements, whether that's a site plan agreement or subdivision or condo agreement, that they would have that requirement. If no building permits issued in the 3 years, then we're, I guess, looking at rescinding that. And then we could look at reallocating the servicing capacity in accordance with our friends from ENIS.
Perfect. I appreciate that information. I think, I get calls on a somewhat regular basis from, what's going on with this? It's been sitting vacant for so long, but they were supposed to build this year and nothing's happened. So I think that will certainly help to move some of that along. I guess one thing I do think about, though, is sometimes developers will end up selling land that was previously approved. I would want to ensure that communication moves all the way through so that they know there's a use it or lose it clause on that land.
Yeah, I think that would occur. I mean, it's through the developer, and the developer often will sell to different builders, but that would still apply to any lots within that registered subdivision. And this is, to be honest, this is finally some benefit the other side of the coin, to hold some feet to the fire to actually build. Like the municipalities, including us, have done a lot of work to be more efficient, and we've hit all of our timelines over this past year to get these approvals, but then it's then into the developer's hands, right? We don't walk it all the way through all the conditions or do the building permit.
Now, Mayor Martin, you had a question, or
Thanks,
then Councillor
Mr. Chair.
Van
I do. Secondary thought was the soil, the prime agricultural lands, is that tied to the crops and therefore specialty crop designations, or is that strictly a provincial term?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin. So the class system existed separately from any designation at the provincial level in terms of specialty crops. That being said, the province has identified Norfolk as an area with conditions for specialty crops. However, we don't currently have any designated at our current official plan level locally, or the province hasn't imposed that either. So they do exist in a sense separately, but do generally inform. The outlier would be organic soils specifically. So the class system doesn't reflect organics well, especially given their proximity to often natural heritage features. And so those are outside of the class system, but better reflected in programs like a LEAR study, which looks at the broader component, which might then feed into a specialty crop.
Okay. And then just to touch on the appeals again, so for the public record, official plan, urban boundary expansions, hamlet expansions can now be appealed if the land is not added in, correct?
So through the chair to Mayor Martin, it is a bit gray. So there is the ability to appeal both owner-initiated and now currently municipal engaged processes for boundary expansions. However, the components that kind of drive that were outlined in the draft PPS are not yet in force. So in a short sense, yes, you can appeal when it applies to your land. So if your land is moving in or out, then you have that ability based on how it's currently explained in the Planning Act. And that in its current form with our existing PPS is basically only around those parties. So you have to be directly impacted, and there's the specified persons, which fits more into those general appeals.
So I request my land to go into an urban boundary expansion. It's not put in. I have the right to appeal that because it's owner initiated and I'm appealing the process. Or my land was put in against my consent. I can appeal because I am the owner of that parcel, but third-party appeals are no longer permitted. And the change is that this entire process was never appealable before. So it's giving those specific parcels that are owner-initiated the ability to appeal.
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, it's a little bit actually larger than that. So now with additional language with the PPS, and this is where I think there's still some gray in how to apply it in this current in-between kind of phase. Owner-initiated is an owner-initiated official plan amendment. So someone could come in for a planning application and request with that, or solely through that, that their land be included into a settlement area, and staff would be obligated to move that through the process to be heard by council. So it would be owner-initiated actual application process. That being said, the PPS right now doesn't speak to that at all. Now it is the provincial policy statement and where the Planning Act provides that directive, but that's where the kind of gray area falls currently, and it obviously hasn't been tested yet.
So the municipality loses the right to select land to put in?
No, the municipality still has the ability to go through that process, but it doesn't have to occur through a municipal comprehensive review.
I'm sorry, I'm slow to the party. You don't have to be in the process of doing the comprehensive plan. At any point in time, a landowner can come to us now and say, okay, so that's what the PPS was speaking to, but is not yet complete.
Right.
So I'm going to repeat it back as I understand it, so I've got it neat. At any point in time, a property owner can come to us and say, I want my parcel moved into a hamlet or urban boundary expansion, and you are required to then begin that process. We do not have to wait until it's a comprehensive review phase, and that allows them to then appeal if we say no.
So with that new PPS draft, that's exactly what the PPS with the Planning Act suggests. And right now we're sitting in a gray area where that owner-initiated official plan amendment is not clearly articulated what that looks like, while the MCR process still exists. So there's appeal rights, they're just not clearly articulated how you get to those appeal rights in terms of the PPS.
And so what we did in May, all of that work that started in 2021, all the way through to our May 22nd council meeting, with a new PPS and these Bill 185 changes, that will no longer need to occur. At any point in time, anyone can say, I want my parcel included in this expansion, and we need to begin the work. There would be less public consultation, there would be less public meetings, we would just deal with it here as a council-related one-off.
That is correct. And if I may, it does, the whole point of that process was to provide that comprehensive review of looking at the future of the county as a whole.
And following the studies and the requirements that are attached to that comprehensive, yeah. Okay.
And that is no longer necessarily a possibility through just that comprehensive official plan review process. It could be coming to council however often someone applies.
I got it. That took me a second. I was trying to merge the two. So we knew that when we sat down in May through the proposed PPS. We had people here telling us the government's going to pass a new PPS. It'll be harder for us to do the work. And we said, no, it will be easier for us. It is better that we're doing this comprehensive plan now under this guideline. And so that builds on that. My last and final question might be a Brandon question, but through the Bill 185, so all of these changes are happening, the appeals now and the request to be included. What is the impact on our staff going to be when a pre-con is no longer a requirement?
Through the chair, that's an interesting question. I think as we implement items in this phase 2 OPA to implement that clause in our official plan, because there are changes we need to make to our official plan, we will have a bit more information. I think that at this stage, it's still a valuable process. I think it's still recommended for applicants to ensure they have a complete application with all the correct technical studies, especially as you get into more complex applications. So we still expect there to be some, although legislatively it may no longer be a strict requirement. There is still benefit. Otherwise, we may get a pile of papers that's submitted and it's not even close, and then it's going to take months and months for the applicant to get them in order with their consultant, and it's probably going to take longer than if we had gone through the pre-consultation process. I don't see at this stage too much change or impact on staff, although it may help if there are a few less pre-consultation requests, then we can shorten the time frame up, because right now we're booking about 2 months out. So we may be able to free up some of that time and also the time working on the applications.
Councillor Vandendriessche, you had another question yet?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you. I want to go back to the use it or lose it clause, of which we were speaking prior. Is there a point in time where this would take effect eventually? Because I see people that have, say for instance, we talked about it in urbanization, but we didn't talk about it rurally. Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that own lots off the farm, on the farm, and they haven't gone ahead and moved, say, put shovel in the ground to build there. Would they be grandfathered? I want to make sure that I don't end up with a million phone calls here, because there are people, like I say, that own lots. And are they going to be grandfathered in the system for future use? Or is this use it or lose it clause go, or does it go back? That's my question.
Through the chair to Councillor Vandendriessche. So that's a interesting question in terms of that specific. So I might back up just to the larger context for a second. So interestingly, typically when these bill changes are made, they're not retroactive. They typically go forward. Bill 185 in this specific section does allow us to go retroactively. So it allows municipalities to provide lapsing for previous approvals, subject to notifying that owner. So that is a possibility. Now, in what you're speaking about, the majority of what was then retirement lots, often referred to as, those are mainly done through severance. This doesn't apply to severances. It applies to our plans of subdivision and site plans, things that have more conditions and things now that have to be completed in a succession. So in terms of those retirement lots, they exist. There's a term, once a lot, always a lot. It's heavily overused, but in the concept of a retirement lot, this would not impact that. But there is the ability, and that would be something that we'd be looking at through our proposed bylaw, how best to approach potential retroactive conditions. So potentially looking at those pieces of lands within our existing community fabric that are currently being underutilized because these approvals, like people have mentioned, are sitting without being utilized, and we could apply to the current owner. We could apply this new clause to essentially force action on it within a certain time period. But what that time period is, if it's the 3 years, if it's more, that would all be something that we would explore more and provide context to you through this project.
Just indicate that that would be a bit of a hornet's nest.
Are there any more questions for staff? If not, there is a staff recommendation that the report CD 24-086, Phase 2 of the official plan update, municipal comprehensive review work program update be received for information. Is there any need, I know a few times it was commented that we would like a more robust communications plan. Does there need to include that in the motion?
Through the chair, I think staff are well aware of that. It's also part of the project plan. We have an engagement plan, we have communications, and we have something lined up already for this. And so that this is part of our communication plan, actually, is to bring this update report here so that there is the awareness both at council and publicly, and then we'll release more information and work with our staff and comms on getting more people out to the public meetings.
So we're a mover and seconder for the staff recommendation. Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, Nicole. You got all the councillors thinking about, well, how much aggravation they're going to get on the phone now. Right? Item 8.3.1, the 2024 Asset Management Plan Phase 2, the report EIS 24-041. Mr. Grice.
Thank you, and through the chair, this report and presentation that staff are going to walk through relates to our next milestone in our asset management journey, and that is the plan for our non-core assets. We do have a big team with us here today, and I just want to take a second to introduce some of them. We have 2 new additions to our internal asset management team, and that is Mr. James Boker sitting in the middle at the back there. He just joined us a couple of months ago. And then we also have Anna Miraz sitting in the blue. She puts her hand up. She joined late last fall, just shortly after council approved our core asset management plan. So they've been working very hard over the last 6 months to put this plan together. Asset management certainly touches all areas of our organization, and while this is a finance and an EIS report, it's certainly created with lots of input from everyone else in the organization. They participated in lots of working groups and meetings to make sure that all their information is reflected here, and certainly extra special thanks to Ms. Fanning's team of Jared and Jacob for all their hard work to keep this project on track and make sure the financials are in check. And then we also have our financial team, our consulting team with us today. We have Mr. Jim Hardham and Mr. Andrea Clemencio from Municipal View. Probably some familiar faces. They've been doing a number of projects here for Norfolk County. And then we also have Andy beside them from GI Consulting, and they partnered on this to help Norfolk County through the asset management plan. So with that, I'll kick it over to James. He's going to start walking through a couple slides, and then the consulting team and the finance team will chime in as well to deliver this comprehensive presentation. So thanks, James.
Thanks, Andrew. Slide number 2, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, councillors, Norfolk County staff, and members of the community. Today we join you in hopes of seeking approval of both our 2024 asset management plan as well as our asset management policy updates and amendments in order to achieve compliance with Ontario Regulation 588-17 with regards to asset management and planning for Ontario municipalities. Next slide, please. As you're aware, the first milestone related to this regulation was July 1st, 2022, where it was legislatively required for Ontario municipalities to have an asset management plan in place with respect to management of their core assets and infrastructure. Our core assets include assets providing services such as transportation of both vehicles and people, supply of treated drinking water, drainage from precipitation or storm water, and the disposal of wastewater. The plan was to include a summary of those core assets, as well as information such as age, condition, replacement costs, life cycle, and approach to methodologies used to determine such information. The county here have approved this plan and successfully achieved compliance with this requirement of the regulation. Today, as previously mentioned, we come forward to seek approval to meet yet another required milestone, which is to have our encompassing asset management plan updated to include current levels of service for all other county-owned infrastructure, including non-core assets. This will include assets such as facilities and buildings, fleet vehicles and equipment, parks, cemeteries, and other county-owned assets. Next slide, please. Once this requirement has been met, we will be working towards the next target date of July 1st, 2025 and its requirements. This means that in the next 12 months, we'll be working to develop proposed levels of service for our assets that would accommodate projected population increases, as well as economic growth in the future here in Norfolk County. Along with defining these levels of service, we'll be working closely with finance to determine feasible financial approaches to funding the changing demands and the levels of service. In addition to this, for the 2025 requirements, the Asset Management Department will be undertaking a software review of our central work order and maintenance management system, our work order process review, as well as the asset management plan continuation as mentioned. Next slide, please. So briefly, in short, asset management will be a unified approach involving all departments and across all divisions of how we manage our existing assets and new assets that we take on moving forward. Some of the benefits include efficiencies, communication across all departments, standardization and modernization of processes, increased customer service delivery, as well as consistency across the organization. This also decreases us to risks and liabilities as we'll be following legislative requirements as well as provincially regulated mandates. Next, I'll turn it over to the consulting team to walk us through some of the highlights from our asset management plan, and following them, our finance team.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a lot of numbers coming at you both in the report and in our slides today. We like to slide in a few concepts that we think are important that you'll probably find will come in handy as you're starting to face some decisions in the next few days, next few years. Next slide, please. And one more, sorry. Okay, so a base concept that we like to make sure we're getting some understanding with you. This is the trade-offs that are happening every day with you as asset owners and with staff as asset managers. You're constantly balancing between a cost to deliver a service, the level that service is provided at, and the risks that are accepted at with that decision or that trade-off point. You're balancing those three things, they're tethered. So we're coming in today to really give you an updated baseline on what you're at for costs, for levels of service, and the risks that you've accepted at this time. So in this graphic, you'll see those kind of 3 circles that are constantly moving and balancing with each other. And that's a concept that you can use making decisions in the future. Should there not be sufficient funds? Should there be more than enough funds? Those are some concepts you can use in terms of options for levels of service or risk. And it's an important note here on the top right of the slide that costs, we're talking about not just the cost to buy these assets, as you've heard through and through, I'm sure. It's the cost to maintain them throughout the lifetime. And that graphic is showing you typically that the cost to buy it is usually relatively small. It's the cost to keep that in a state of good repair or good working order through its lifetime. Next slide, please. We also wanted to get this concept embedded into the plan that you don't own assets for the sake of having them on your portfolio, but to rather start from the service that they provide to the community. Your first focus, right from your strategic plan, is talking about making your services safe and accessible and available, sustainable, reliable, all those good, strong words that we pulled from the strategic plan and put into the asset management plan. That's where you're starting from. And then this line of sight carries forward. So you have your service areas that you have purchased and built assets in order to provide services through. And then the asset management plan has organized them into asset classes, just for the sake of keeping things comparable, measurable, transparent, repeatable, and so on. And then this concept that was introduced in your last plan and in this plan is that you want to also keep an eye on what levels of service you're providing to the community and how you're measuring that. So now there's an accountability, and now if you think of that 3-circle concept, you can move those levels as needed based on the risk and the costs at hand.
Thank you, Andrea. So, good afternoon, everyone. As Andrea mentioned, she's given you some insights to some key philosophies, some key strategies related to asset management. What's important here, the slide you're seeing right now, is what you own. You are stewards, owners of about $5.3 billion worth of assets, fairly significant asset portfolio, which requires you to act as stewards to maintain that and to provide the ongoing levels of service and maintain those assets in good condition, good state of repair. As you'll see from that slide and the donut chart, a fairly significant portion of that comes from your core assets. So those would be, if you recall from the previous asset management plan, your transportation assets, particularly the roads at that time, bridges and structures, the wastewater assets, drinking water assets, and at that time you reported on the stormwater assets. So $5.3 billion worth of assets. So thanks. Next slide. So another key concept here is obviously, as you're all aware, we all own assets of various degrees of complexity. A new asset will deteriorate from the day you buy it. You lose that new car smell as soon as you take the car off the lot. And as I'm sure we're all aware, as I'm realizing today or over the next couple of days when I pick up my car from the shop, I'm going to have to spend a few $1,000s to get it back on the road. So that cost, those costs, ongoing maintenance, rehabilitation costs, renewal costs, if you like, associated with your asset portfolios continue. And what we see here is a fairly idealized life cycle curve showing how an asset deteriorates and how it goes through the various stages with respect to condition. So a new asset, very little maintenance costs are going to be required, very little costs associated with it. So it looks reasonably cheap at that point, but as those assets begin to age, they will require some form of rehabilitation, some form of renewal. And then ultimately, the asset will require replacement. And that's where, as you move through the life cycle, it's worth noting that those dollar symbols that you will see will increase. The value of the dollars associated with the activities will increase. So the ideal point with many of these assets is to target some form of rehabilitation to extend its life in that fair to poor range, and that's some of the activities that the staff will be reviewing when they consider the condition of the assets, as will the asset management team. And obviously, acquisition is a very, as Andrea pointed out, is a fairly small portion of your life cycle costs associated with your portfolios. And as a result, even though you may find it reasonably expensive, it may seem expensive to buy a new asset, acquire a new asset, it's those ongoing maintenance activities that will require additional funding. And obviously for those longer lived assets, like your roads, like your pipes, the water mains, sewers, those costs will continue to accrue. Next slide. So moving on from that slide, the concept of asset deterioration. As part of our analysis, we did a review of the asset portfolios that we were working with, and have determined the overall state of the assets within the county to be good. That looks great on face value, but let's dig into a couple of key points that we need to try and address at this point. So when we look at the chart, and let's focus on your poor and very poor assets, those are those assets that are reaching the end of their service life, the end of life, and will require some significant investments. There's approximately $435 million of your asset portfolios, almost 8% of those assets, 9% of those assets are sitting in that very poor to poor range. So over a 10-year cycle, that could be a fairly significant investment to bring those up to a good or a very good condition. Of more important note is the fact that when we reviewed the data available to us, there's approximately $407 million worth of your assets have no condition data or age data associated within the asset portfolios. So from our perspective, even on a fairly rudimentary methodology to assign a condition to it, which would be age-based, we were unable to do so. So they've been reported as blank. Obviously, it does not necessarily mean that they will all end up in the very poor or the poor range, but we couldn't tell. And until that data is collected, it'll be difficult to get a measure on what that really means for you and your asset portfolios. So next slide. So the long and the short of it, when we get to the end of the analysis, we reviewed the asset portfolios. We took existing studies where they existed, where they were available. For example, the road needs studies, your OSIM reports from the bridges. You had a recent report on retaining walls. We used the data that came directly from those. We did not reanalyze that. We did not see the point in reinventing the wheel. But for all of the other assets, we reviewed their life expectancies, identified the interventions that would be required over time, and we have identified what the overall need would be for the next 10 years for each of those asset portfolios. You'll see in the table, they're broken down by each service area. The total need that we identified was $1.3 billion. Compared to your plan of about just over $1 billion to $1.1 billion, which essentially represents a deficit or a difference of about $293 million over the 10-year period. So those numbers may sound large, may sound scary. That's not necessarily the purpose of this slide. But I think it's just to highlight that there is a potential for additional expenditures over the coming years. And to that note, I'll hand over to the Finance Department to provide some input and guidance on that.
Thank you. Can I ask for the next slide, please? So as noted by my colleagues in asset management, the finance team has been fairly heavily involved in this process over the last 6 to 8 months, and we will be collaborating even more closely over the next year as we work to develop a financing strategy. So from a high level, the financial impacts of this asset management plan are to set the baseline and to note that an infrastructure gap exists. So no surprises so far. The amount that we were planning to spend is less than what the AMP suggests we should be spending to keep our current assets in a state of good repair. Based on the renewal needs modeled by the consultant, it is estimated to be approximately $29 million annually. In addition, Council will recall that Norfolk has already identified a funding shortfall in the current capital plan. That is, the amount that we can sustainably afford without the use of grants or debt, etc., has already less than what we're planning to spend. In the 2024 to 2033 capital plan, the shortfall was around $59.1 million. So, to reiterate, and looking at the chart on the screen, the total of $136.4 million is what the AMP would suggest that Norfolk should be spending on an annual basis to maintain a state of good repair for all assets. Norfolk currently puts away $48 million in reserves, which is represented by the bottom two green lines there on the chart. However, 15.5 of that is not utilized for asset renewal, but rather for things like studies, operating reserves, and contingencies. So Norfolk can only sustainably fund $32.5 million in asset renewal, leaving a shortfall which today adds up to $88 million. That number will evolve over the coming months as decisions are made regarding levels of service and as our asset data is refined. And next slide, please. So those numbers are daunting, to say the least. So what are the next steps from a financial perspective, and how do we tackle the shortfall? At this point, these numbers are preliminary and likely to change as things are refined, so I'm not going to focus too much on the dollar figures themselves, but I do want to reiterate our commitment to refining the data and working through the financial analysis around target levels of service. So the chart on this slide is one that Council has seen several times now, but since we've added another green step, I wanted to bring it forward again. Over the next 12 months, we will further quantify the gap, complete the financial analysis on the defined levels of service, and work to formalize our financing principles. Also, over the next several months, Council will participate in a number of meetings regarding target levels of service for each asset category. The service levels selected will either increase or reduce the identified gap depending on the scenario chosen. Overall, if a gap exists, we know that in the long run, it will either result in a deteriorating asset condition or the use of impractical funding sources like debt, which is why our main objective over the coming year will be to design a sustainable long-term financing strategy. Finally, I want to note that some preliminary efforts have also begun on the final red step in the chart there, and we have begun including the asset management team in all emails out to departments regarding the capital plan, and we'll be bringing them into some meetings that we're having with departments as well to make sure that we have that full scope of information being shared cross-departmentally. And we can begin to find ways to integrate the AMP into our budgeting process to ensure that it's used to help guide our future forecasting and decision making. And we're hoping that that will help to reduce the swings that we sometimes see from year to year in our capital plan. With that, I'm going to hand it back over to the asset team for their last couple slides.
Next slide, please. So, as Amy mentioned, a couple of strategies that we're looking at moving forward to improve some of our information gathering is one of the challenges that we've had is there's been a high staff turnover, as with many municipalities in recent years with the pandemic and whatnot. So a challenge with that is staff take a lot of information with them. Documentation becomes an issue. So the asset management team will also be working closely with the departments to try to reconcile whatever information can be reconciled and retain that. And as part of our software review, looking for an appropriate software system where we can begin to store that and create a storage database that we can utilize moving forward. So I just wanted to add that in there. And with that being said, we'll turn it over now for questions.
Great team effort there. So do we have any questions from council to staff? Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to our staff, I'm specifically wondering about the, let's see here, attachment 1, I think it was page 10. We get into the first figure 3, the total asset replacement values. I'm just looking for a bit of clarification. I know it's a living document and it's going to continue to change, but the drinking water assets are listed at $655.8 million, 12.3%, and wastewater's at $886.8, 16.7%. And we commonly toss around that $500 million number. You know, if we stick with interurban, we're at $450 million in 2023 dollars. If we repair and replace what we currently have, we're $500 million. How can we possibly be $500 million when our assets are both listed at well over?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, thanks for the question. It's an excellent question. I'm going to refer to Jim Harnum with Municipal View to provide some insight on that.
That one. Sorry, Mayor Martin. Through you, Mr. Chair, could you just reiterate that?
Yeah, sure. So in the document, page 10, it shows it's that, you've got it there, yeah.
Yep.
So drinking water is listed at 655.8 million, 12.3%, wastewater at 886.8, 16.7%, and we have a 2023 cost estimate. If we were to repair and restore our 5 separate water facilities at a $500 million price tag. Is this the actual number that we need to be running with now as the document's been updated? Is that, or is the 500, it's probably more a staff question, to be honest, is the 500 million the cost to repair what we have, and the difference is what we're not repairing, the asset that doesn't need renewal that we already own?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll take a stab at that, and then I'll pass it over to Andrew. I think what you're seeing on this table is the replacement value. So if you know, we lost all of those assets tomorrow and we wanted to replace like for like, we would need $655 million for water, and we would need $886 million for wastewater. The $500 million, my understanding is the growth, the repairs, the maintenance. So it's a different number than the actual replacement cost itself.
Okay, thank you for that. So then further through you, Mr. Chair, to our staff, so we know that we're at 655.8 on drinking water, but we toss around the 500 million. Do we have actuals on what the $500 million figure really would be now that we know the valuation of drinking water in today's dollars?
So through the chair, that's a number that continues to be refined. But, you know, when you look at the total assets we have on the drinking water side, if we were to stay with our current drinking water system, we're not saying every asset needs to be replaced right now. There's still some redundancy in place, things that we may get rid of as we construct new. So it's not that all of those assets need to be replaced if we don't follow the interurban path. Certainly a number of them will be upgraded and enhanced to meet our needs, but you know, those numbers aren't exactly speaking the same thing. The other thing I might point out is, you know, two big things, the data confidence we have. So that's a really large gap that we have in unknowns. So, you know, $400 million in unknown conditions. Although Andy mentioned they are likely not all poor, typically the assets that we have very little information on are quite old. And because we don't have the information, they're old, they're likely in, you know, poor condition. So that certainly impacts our number as well. And the other thing that plays into that kind of overall dollar value is, you likely recall, we've been closing some tenders lately to upgrade some of our water plants and our wastewater plants, and you know, they're coming in at 40, 50, 60, 70 million dollars. You start to do the math on the number of plants we have and you think, you know what, we're over what we're representing is our asset value. And I think I would likely agree with that, and that's something that we will be refining as we go through the next steps. Prices continue to escalate, and I think our current replacement values are probably understated, which does impact that overall number.
Okay, so understated, don't know the full cost of what we would repair and what we would not repair of the asset, so we're still running with the 500 million 2023 dollars. Okay. And then maybe this one's for Jim. So we've got 63% of our assets in either good or very good condition. Is there a benchmark? Is there a goal? Is there a running municipal total where you should be? And if you're falling short of that total, is there then a goal, a benchmark, or a place you should be in your reserves?
Right, through you, Mr. Chair. I think that's a question that we get all the time, and I'm going to turn to Andrea, but I'm going to take a stab at it first. You know, we get that question all the time, is how do we sit in relation to other municipalities? I think the key here is the $29 million annual shortfall, or the $292 million, is just to keep the assets at the condition they're at now. In 2025, you're going to go through another process, or by July 1st, 2025, for your future service levels. And if you want to improve the $435 million worth of poor or very poor assets, that would be over and above the $292 million. So I would say, you know, right now, you're $292 million short just to keep those assets in the condition they're in, which we know 435 million of them are in poor, very poor condition. As far as other municipalities, you know, I would say you're probably in the same boat as many municipalities in your situation. There's been, you know, chronic underspending on assets. You know, we're working on your facilities project as well, and you'll see the condition of those, and some of the details of the report are very, are actually on the lower end, dragging. Your roads assets are actually in pretty good shape, but your facilities are in poorer shape.
So maybe the question is not how do we line up to other municipalities, it's what's the gap to replace or update your poor to very poor. That should be the measure of success for us, where what we're putting away, what we can afford with our own source revenue, and how far off we are on the lesser.
Yeah, right now you're already $29 million short from what the condition ratings, the age of those assets, and the expected life cycle. So $29 million annually,
yeah.
And that just maintains you at the same level of poor and very poor. If you wanted to improve on that, obviously that gap would be larger.
Okay, my last question is for staff, and we'll probably get into it in the later reports we have, roads needs and budget. But I see in the budget report we're projecting the 8.5% on our property taxes, which is what we knew from last year. That was a part of the projections. But then you look at this, and then you look at our roads needs assessment. Are we going to be giving consideration to this living document come budget time with some significant questions to be asked about our assets? Like, I don't know how we repair and maintain $5.3 billion in assets at an 8.5%, which isn't improving anything. We know we're not putting away, we have a shortfall of $29 million a year, $292 million in the capital plan, plus just a month ago, staff came to us and said, oh, we should be putting away $59 million in assets, and now it's $78 million because they're doing the work to find out what we actually have. So, and we can only afford $32 million. So, I mean, so at what point in time does this all come together, and the budget report is going to ask us to give a blessing for an 8.5% to prepare it with where they're at? At what point in time do we say we need to dig into more of what we have?
So through the chair, maybe I'll start off, and then Amy can chime in as well, or Ms. Fanny can chime in as well. So we will be using this as part of the upcoming budget, and we're doing our capital submissions right now, or we're meeting as groups to review them and see how they align. But really, this fall for the asset management plan is when we start talking about proposed levels of service. That's where we're going to have the opportunity to start making some changes. I don't want to say it's status quo this year, but without getting in front of council and asking, you know, do you want your roads to be reduced by, you know, an average score of 10, and that would free up X dollars, and where would we put that? It's hard to do a lot of that in the absence of the level of service setting, but that's a fall exercise we're doing it, so we'll be coming around the same time as budget, and I think there is likely some opportunity for us to shift some dollars between different pockets in the organization to maybe reduce some of our spending. Some of our assets are in very good shape, some of them are in very poor, but Ms. Fanny can talk about the budget process in more detail.
Thank you, and through the chair to council. So going back to your point about the 8.5, 4 of that is just an increase in infrastructure funding. And you're absolutely correct, that doesn't scratch the surface of where we need to be. We recognize that that gap isn't something that we can close in one budget cycle. And we don't want to go straight to closing the gap where it is today, because we know that number is going to change as we move through as well. So there's a lot of factors, and so I think you'll see that the AMP is going to be slowly incorporated into our budget process over the next few cycles. So this year we're starting with including the asset management team in all of our communication with staff in all departments as we build the capital plan. So every email that we send out to department to say, hey, here's your capital, what are you doing, what are your changes, where are we going, we're including the asset management team on all those communications to start that process. And then over time, it'll be formalized. And then as we refine the data in the AMP, and as we work through all those details, and we really can quantify that gap more specifically next July, when we bring forward a financing strategy, I think that's when we'll be able to lay out, okay, it's going to take us X number of years. But part of that between now and then, as well as Mr. Grice mentioned, is that, you know, we'll ask council to define what PCI you want your roads at, what condition index you want your facilities to be set at, what other, you know, service levels that you want to identify per asset category, because with each of those decisions, that will change the financing number as well. So long answer to it's going to take a few cycles to get it fully incorporated.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, to that end then, when you do this in July and we determine that and we flush it out through a few cycles and council sets those standards, is that something you're going to return to future councils with? Is there, what I'm getting at is there a policy document that come July can be created so that the taxpayers and the ratepayers of Norfolk County are never then again expected to try and close this gap in 4 to 8 years? What is that threshold going to be for staff to say, okay, this percentage of our assets are in very poor, and this is the threshold that we need to be putting away to our reserves from own source revenue, and this is the threshold we're not meeting, therefore it's time to come to council and say it's time to review these services again? Like, what will the system be so that Norfolk County is never in this situation ever again?
Through the chair to council. The system going forward, asset management will continuously be involved with the budgeting process, and the asset management plan will be reviewed annually, and the policy will be updated every 5 years. Now, with that being said, those proposed levels of service can also be revisited regularly, annually as well. They're subject to change. We're going to continue to disperse assets and take assets on in the future, so those levels of service will need to change, especially with the economic growth and the population growth. I did also want to point out to one of your previous comments, the other elephant in the room is the facilities review project that's happening. So to your comments about the budgets and the property tax increases, we're going to be heavily involved in the needs assessment to see if we're utilizing our current assets and buildings to their full potential. So that's what I wanted to just make sure. Until that facilities review project's done as well, I mean, that can also assist us with potentially finding funds or recouping, and as Andrew mentioned, reallocating some funds as well.
Yeah, through the chair, let me just to jump on top of that. This is really where the province came out with this legislation, is to force our hand as a municipality. There was a lot happening in the background previously where underinvestments were taking place, people wanted asset levels increased, but there was no plan to it. So now they're forcing us to come up with a level of service. So we'll sit around this room, come up with our desired level of service, and then it says you must put away X dollars in order to keep that a reality. If we don't have those funds, then we're either forced to increase our taxes or we're forced to decrease our service level. And then we do need to make sure we continue to hit those plans. So the province, I will say, was fairly smart in the way they laid this out, is that they're forcing our hand to either put the money in the bank or to back off on our levels of service. So it's not going to be easy discussions for Norfolk County going forward.
Councillor Very, you had a question as well?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a couple questions for Andrew. Going back to the unknown assets here, the age, I understand the aging condition is unknown. Can you clarify, I guess, these are assets that we know that we have, we just don't know the age or condition? These are not assets that may be out there that we don't even know about yet, right?
So through the chair, yes, that is correct. They're assets that we know are in our inventory. They just do not have a condition review on a building, for example. So we're unsure of the condition.
Okay, good. So that's, okay. So then my next question is, not good, but I mean, it's terrible, but I mean, good for me, I guess. Anyways, do you have a sense of how much may be out there that we don't even know about yet? The reason I ask is because we had that, there's a culvert back when, and so we didn't even know it was there. And so I'm wondering, I realize you don't know what you don't know. I'm not asking you to do that, but is there some kind of metric or some kind of system where we can say there's this much percent that could be out there? Like, is there something else or another municipality where this has been the case before, where they found, you know, an average of 10% extra, whatever, or are we in a uniquely bad situation as far as not knowing what's even there? I'm trying to get a handle on something. I don't even know what I'm trying to get a handle on, but you know where I'm going. Right?
Certainly I do, through the chair. So I do believe we have a good understanding of the assets we own. Most of the assets that Norfolk County owns are visible. They're, you know, they're parks, they're play structures, they're buildings, they're facilities. We know they're there. We know they're ours. Our biggest, I'll say, culprit right now is likely going to be our storm program. So as you're aware, Council just approved our new stormwater program. We're getting out there and meeting all of our legislative compliance there, or on our path to meeting legislative compliance. We know that we have pipes in the ground and systems that are not reflective in our GIS system. And those are things that we need to update. As what that represents from a dollar value, it's probably not going to be small. It's going to be in the, in the tens, certainly, of millions when you look at some of our systems. But I think the remainder of our assets, I don't think we'll find any that we're shocked to own.
Okay, thanks. I guess tens is better than hundreds. In the sense that, I don't know. Anyways, getting hit by lightning once is better than twice, I guess. So, of the assets that we have that are poor. Okay, so I see that we have the 648 million in general facilities. Okay, so do we know, and if it's in here, I apologize, but it's a lot, so I'm missing out here. Do we know how much of the 648 million are not core services, or facilities that provide not core services?
Through the chair, we would. I don't have that information in my head, but the team could definitely pull that. I don't know if you guys have it available at your fingertips, but it's certainly something we could decipher.
And I mean, whoever's looking for it, even if it's, you got it right there. Pull that up.
Yeah, so I think there's a difference on the definitions of core, non-core. The core assets are your water, wastewater, and your transportation, your facilities. You've got a bunch of different facilities. Some of them are water, wastewater facilities, but they're categorized or they're captured in the water, wastewater component. So through you, Mr. Chair, there is a section in there for each of in the back of the plan, there is a section for each of the asset classes and gives a breakdown of the state of infrastructure of each one of those classes broken down. For instance, in water, wastewater, there's vertical assets, which would be your pumping stations. Then there's linear assets, which would be your water mains. So there is a breakdown by asset class and then by the not only the asset class, but also by the asset itself. So transportation versus water, wastewater versus facilities. So hopefully that answered your question.
Halfway, because my question was not good, your answer was not good. I guess what I'm getting at is how many of these assets are related to services that are elective, that we do not have to provide?
Right, so through you, Mr. Chair, I would think that right now these are meeting your levels of service. These are the assets for the services that you're providing now. You are going to go through an exercise, as staff have stated, where you're going to determine as a council and as a community what level of service you do want, which would include, are these legislated or nice to haves, or are these things like your PCI, your pavement condition index is 70, 78, 79, it's fairly high. And you've spent a lot on roads, and you should be proud of that, but you might want to take some of that and spend it on another asset at some point in the future. But you'll have that opportunity before July 1st, 2025 to make those decisions.
Okay, and so where I'm trying to end up here is with these ones that are in poor, are we going to be able to determine, and if it's already there again, forgive me, but are we going to be able to determine how many of these things that are in poor condition that are affecting this projection that maybe we don't actually need?
And through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that absolutely is the exercise that you want to go through as a community, and staff are doing that. They actually do that on a daily basis. They look at criticality of assets, and they actually try to balance, should I invest in this playground or should I invest in this catch basin? So those are balances that are happening with your planned infrastructure. What this report is trying to do is say, if you don't want those assets to deteriorate further, then these are the amounts of money you need to put in by category, and you may choose to, in the future, spend more money on a different asset class than you currently are.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Andriessen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. It's a very comprehensive document here, lots and lots to read. The assets, and I've noted here that the assets that are not included because we have separate organizations such as the Housing Corporation as well as Long Point Conservation Authorities. Those assets are not included. And can you tell me why they're not included? Is it because of our arm's length of them, or what is the reasoning for that?
Through the Chair to Council, I apologize. Could you repeat that question for me?
Assets not included at this time are the vacant lands that are owned by the Housing Authority, both Hallam and Norfolk, as well as we also contribute to the Long Point Conservation Authority, and none of those assets, but yet we spend money on them. Why are they not included as part of our, either a portion or part of our asset base?
Through the Chair to Council, so the Long Point Region Conservation Authority and the Hallam and Norfolk Housing Corporation maintain their own asset management plans. So they have a plan that they maintain for the assets that they own, and through that plan, our contributions are noted. So although we don't own the assets, they do, so that they're in their plans, but their contributions, at least this is my understanding of it, our contributions to those assets are identified, and that's what we budget for.
So that, therefore, they are being identified. Do they reflect somewhere in here because they're monies that we pay out?
Through the Chair's Council, so no, they are not included in the scope of this asset management plan, but you will see them in our budget documents where we note our contributions to those assets. So you will see them there, but not in the scope of the county's asset management plan.
Likewise, I'd like to ask the question that we have an asset base, and we don't, nor do I see, I see the cost of what it would cost to replace these assets, but I don't see anywhere where we get either federal or provincial assistance. So there's never a balance in there to say you have a potential of this or potential of that. Is that just something we live with, and then at the end of the day, if we are able to get those grants or subsidies, that then we just document them in the budget?
Through the Chair of State Council, so that's a really good question. So what you're seeing in the asset management plan is the straight replacement cost. So whether we fund it, whether it's funded from reserves or debt or through grant funds or whoever the case may be, that's not factored in here. But where you will see those come forward is in the budget. So when we bring forward a capital plan, which should be fed from our AMP, the AMP should say, okay, this asset costs X dollars. According to the service level set by council, you need to replace it in 2027. So then in our capital plan, asset for X dollars should be budgeted, and that's where we'll identify how we'll fund that replacement. So whether it's reserves or debt or funds. And the same thing can be said for the external agencies that we contribute to as well. They'll have financing within their budget, and they'll factor that in before they include the municipal contribution at whatever the contribution rate is for that asset. Does that help?
But coming in the future, we're looking at our assets that are our hard assets, which are facilities, buildings, whatever. We're looking at that, and we're looking at the fact of, are we using them? Are we not using them? Should they stay? Should they go? And is that, are we going to, at that point in time, get some input into saying, look, this building is in dire need of this. Your first obligation would be to make sure you can fund it, to repair it. But if you can't, is that a reason to dispose of something, is what my point is. I think we, at the end of the day, have to really dig deep into some of this stuff, because we operate not necessarily to make money. We're here to serve people. And that, to me, means you have to really look at that particular asset and say to yourself, does it have value today? Should I dump it? A lot of people in business will say, dump it, get your cash, get out of it. But because we're a different entity, we serve people, should we be looking at it a little bit differently? Is just my point to make in the future, because I don't like this heavy-handed of cut it, get rid of it, dump it, take as much cash as you can. I'm not in it for that.
Through the Chair to Council. No, you're exactly right. We're going to be looking at it based on utilization, and I mean, as we've mentioned, the proposed levels of service are going to play a big hand in that. I mean, I am aware that we do have some locations and some properties that, are they underutilized? More than likely, They probably came on due to the amalgamation way back when, and all those assets need to be accounted for, and we're going to be taking a deep dive in. But our budgets, we're going to be looking at them as if we're fully funding them ourselves, not with any help from the feds or the province. And then those are nice to haves, and we'll get those. The grants are usually within the same year, and then we adjust our budgets going forward accordingly.
Any other questions? Seeing none, would somebody be willing to move the staff recommendation? Madam Mayor moves, and seconded by Councillor Very, that report EIS-24-041, the 2024 Asset Management Plan Phase 2, be received as information, and that the 2024 Asset Management Plan Attachment 1 be approved, and further that revisions to policy PW-14 Strategic Asset Management Policy Attachment number 2 be approved. Any more discussion? All in favor? That is carried, and I think it's about time for about a 15-minute break. So we'll be back at 3:40. Yeah.
Household budget, right?
No, I think it's
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations welcoming about 27,000 customers every year and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox.
Okay, I see we're back on the air, so let's move on with our next item, 8.3.2, the single source supply of composting services. Mr. Grice, do you want to introduce this?
Sure. Through the chair, this is the first of two waste reports on the agenda today, and probably the simpler of the two. This report is seeking council's approval to enter into a short-term agreement with our current vendor for leaf and yard waste removal. This is the last of our waste service programs that need to be aligned so that we can put together our comprehensive contract for 2026. The contractor to date has provided very good service for us, no service interruptions, so this will really give us all we need to get us to the new contract date. I do want to point out that this report is not intended to change our program. We're not looking to add locations, change the dates, change the number of frequencies. That will be part of our future contract. This is really just a stopgap measure to align with our new contract that is pending for 2026. But if there are any questions, Marissa and Steph and I are here to answer any questions.
Councillor Van Andriesche, you have a question?
Just a question and a comment. I have no problem with it at all. That's fine. And just a question is, you said to look at the new contract would come into effect in 2026. Is that what you said? And at that point in time, it can be expanded to more of the rural areas?
Through the chair, you're jumping to the next report. That will certainly be a topic of discussion for our next report. Yes, the new contract will be out in 2026, and that will be encompassing whatever services that council directs they want to include.
Want to visit us in person?
My question is,
Come
can I
to
move
one of
the
our friendly customer
recommendation?
service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi,
Duffy.
Tuesday
My
to
question is, can I
Thursday.
second it?
Service Norfolk, connecting you
Councillor
to
Rochelle, you have a
Norfolk
question,
County
or you want to vote
services.
on it? Okay, it's been moved and seconded that staff report EIS-24-055 single source supply of composting services be received with information, and that council permit a single source supply as outlined in Norfolk County Purchasing Policy CS-02 section 4.8.4 for composting services from T. DeVos Trucking Limited for leaf and yard waste for 2-year term from September 29, 2024 to September 28, 2026, and further that the general manager EIS be authorized to negotiate and execute agreement with T. DeVos Trucking Limited for leaf and yard waste composting services. Any more comments, debate? All in favor? That is carried. If they were all that easy, we'd be happy, right? Next one, 8.3.3, curbside waste collection. Mr. Grice, you want to introduce this one as well?
Thank you. So this is the 2 of 2 on the waste stream for today's agenda, and you'll likely recall we were in front of you a few months ago with our plan for what the future of waste was going to look like, and at that time we talked about the public consultation component and making sure we solicited feedback from our residents as to what services they value and wanted to be included in our new contract. So I'm going to pass it along to Marissa. She's going to walk through all the details of the public consultation, but I just wanted to say thanks to everyone who participated. We had open houses, we did online surveys, we had an email where people were submitting questions. I'll let Marissa reveal the number, but we were very pleased and extremely shocked at the number of responses that we got, and that's great because that just gives us information that we can build into our review and bring forward to council. So with that, I'll pass it off to Marissa.
Through the chair to Mayor Martin and members of council. So the curbside waste collection contract expires in September of 2026, so you're likely well aware of that date as we keep hammering it home. And to prepare for the new contract, staff have been reviewing the current program and future options for curbside waste collection. As part of the review, an engagement campaign was created to obtain feedback from residents through an online or paper survey, 2 in-person open houses, and a dedicated email address for additional feedback. Staff received almost 1,900 responses from the 2 surveys, 8 attendees at the 2 open houses, and 59 emails with additional feedback. A few highlights from the survey include residents receiving leaf and yard waste collection are satisfied with the 14 weeks of collection, and for those residents that do not receive leaf and yard waste collection, over half of the respondents preferred to drop off leaf and yard waste material at the transfer station. Additionally, they were also happy if they were to receive curbside leaf and yard waste collection, they were happy with a 14-week service. For organics or a green bin program, the majority of respondents chose not to have an organics collection. However, as a reminder, an organics collection program will be required in Norfolk County under the Provincial Food and Organic Policy Framework. Of the options, the 5 large urban areas was the most preferred option and had the highest ranking among the choices for an organics program. Residents were also asked about garbage bag limits, and over half of respondents were favorable to either a 2 or 3 bag limit. However, residents were not in favor of a user pay system. An automated cart-based collection was divided, but with 43% not preferring automated collection and 38% preferring cart-based automated collection. And the bulky item collection program had residents ranking the former biannual furniture and appliance program as the highest, followed by a partial user pay appointment-based program. Additional comments through the email and through the open houses followed a few main themes, such as high tax costs for less service. Residents indicated they do not wish to see services decrease and their taxes increase. There were many who voiced concerns regarding illegal dumping. Residents stated that illegal dumping is already a big problem in the rural areas and listed many roads that they've seen it. And they had concerns that it'll become an even larger problem with decreased bag limits. The other theme that emerged was an organics program. So residents were divided, sharing either their support or opposition to an organics program. Rural residents indicated that they did not want to pay for an organics program that they A, would not use, or B, have the ability to participate in because they are in rural areas of Norfolk County. So the feedback received through the engagement campaign will be used alongside financial analysis and regulatory requirements to formulate final recommendations on curbside collection to council this fall. So likely in September, we'll be coming with a report on some of the various options that we've seen and some of our recommendations as to how to move forward for September of 2026. And with that brief summary, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Marissa. So this report is just for information of what the public thought. You'll be bringing another report in the fall with a recommendation, and I'm sure we'll be talking to contractors to see what is the potential availability of other systems, right? So, any questions on the report? Councillor Michele.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Marissa. Marissa, I think I kind of asked this question while the survey results were being tabulated, but I told somebody I would ask you again today. The pie graph that you have on, I think it's on page 2 of the survey responses, which indicates the number of respondents by location they live nearest to. And so I'll just use as an example. If I were to use the Long Point results, we had 50 total responses from people who live near Long Point, or in Long Point probably. And is it possible to break down that number by the selections that they would have chosen in some of the various categories, like as an example, how many of them would prefer to have, a bag limit or that kind of thing?
Through the chair to Councillor Michele, so my initial response to you is that it's a bit complicated to do so. However, we did find out that we have the raw data, so it would take a lot of analysis to be able to dig down that deep, but there is the potential depending on what you're looking for.
Okay, Mr. Chair, so so Marissa, that option does exist, because I think initially we weren't sure if the software was going to be able to let us do that.
That's correct.
But it is possible.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my question, the province is going to mandate organics. Is that what you're saying? But our option might be to do it in the urban areas only? How would that be enforced? How would you enforce that? Like, if people don't want to do it, you know where it's going to be.
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton. So currently it's the Food and Organic Policy Framework. So it's a framework saying that municipalities with a population over 50,000 need to have an organics program by 2025. But because we're mid-contract, that's where we're looking at implementing it in 2026. And then there's a different criteria based on the size of your municipality and then also your density. So currently they haven't mandated it, but I think it'll be something that we're going to see kind of push itself to happening, wanting organics diversion, because with the landfills filling up and there's no additional capacity coming online by 2032, we don't really have a choice. Without anywhere to take our garbage, it's in our best interest to try to divert it. So I think also as you approach that 2032, you're going to see maybe potentially a shift in that it might be cheaper to do organics diversion versus landfilling, that the price per ton for landfilling is going to increase as that capacity becomes smaller.
Yeah. I guess, to me, there's no question that the organics will take more out of the waste than recycling. But I guess I just look at it like, especially for rural people, like we compost now in our backyard, you know, by the field. And I'm sure a lot of people in the rural do that. But I just find it difficult. In town, there's people that will not do it. And I'm sure they'll, in the garbage bag it goes now, and that's where it's going to end up. But I guess my other question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is the recycling blue box. Is the province going to call a tender on that to have collection done like separate from us and paid for by them?
So through the chair to Councillor Brunton, so the province has, the way the new Blue Box program works, it's a producer responsibility model. So there's what's called a PRO, so a producer responsibility organization that's working on behalf of all of the producers to procure contracts and all of that. So the main one in Ontario is called Circular Materials, and they're putting out the tenders and documents to procure the services for collection and processing of Blue Box material for Norfolk and all of the other municipalities across Ontario. So they've put municipalities into like catchment zones. So we're grouped together with Haldimand. So Haldimand and Norfolk are a catchment zone. Where the service provider, they've tendered out that document to do the collection and then the processing as well.
So we will have no say in that whatsoever, eh? Okay, and my last concern, if I may, and I like to see when you come back that we can get all of our condominium users on the same program. We got some that get service, some that don't get service, and I think it's time that we provide everybody with the same level of service, especially in the condominiums. So, okay, thank you.
And Councillor Very.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Marissa there. I guess mine is just, apart from the number of participants, was there anything here that was overly unexpected or something that changed the way that, I guess, waste services are going to be provided in a fundamental way that you'd like us to leave with? Like, you know, this is what's coming and this is going to be a big deal? I guess it's more of just, it's not a serious question in terms of what is it, but I just want to know, you know, was this productive and has it changed sort of the thinking on where we're going with this service?
Through the chair to Councillor Very, I think some of the things that have come through is dealing with some of the public, especially for leaf and yard waste. I was surprised to see that some were happy to take their material to the transfer station, for one, because we did hear from people wanting that curbside service. Secondly was that they were happy with the 14 weeks of service, because we had heard as well people wanted expanded collection, especially in the fall. So seeing that, I think it was about over 70% were happy with their 14 weeks of service was a nice surprise, I guess, in that sense. Where I was a little taken back was with the organics. I thought there would be more buy-in on the organics program, especially because there has been so much environmental awareness now, and we did hear from a lot of people that are coming from larger municipalities moving to Norfolk County, saying that they were surprised that Norfolk County didn't have a green bin program, and that they found that it really reduced the amount of garbage that they were putting out. So they were a bit disappointed that that program didn't exist here. So to see that there was a large, overwhelming number of people that chose not to have an organics program in Norfolk County, that was a bit surprising to myself.
Okay, thank you. And I guess where I was going was that I wanted people to know that when they participate in this or any other survey, that staff does listen and it does make a difference, and that it does affect how we proceed. So thank you very much for that.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for your work on this. And I know you worked very hard to solicit responses and things from people. So well done. And to Councillor Berry's point, that feedback is certainly appreciated from the community. I guess my ask is just for when the report comes back, there are a number of other municipalities that are going through very similar things right now. And specifically, I think about organics and green bin programs. When the report comes back, can you share examples of other municipalities that have done just this, but what other changes they made in consideration of that? So if they move to a green bin program, what collection changes did they perhaps make to garbage at the same time? And I want some additional information in that report that says, here's what other people are doing as well, so we can back up what our direction is.
So seeing no more questions, the recommendation is to receive it as information and wait till the fall for the next report on how to solve the problem. So is there a mover? Councillor Michele, second by Councillor Duthie. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. 8.3.4, the Talbot Street and at West Street traffic control pedestrian crossing changes. Mr. Grice.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, we're working our way through it. We still got, this is 4 more to go for EIS, so we'll try and keep it moving. I'm sure you noticed on your way in today that construction is moving along quite well out front here on Talbot Street. There's some curb being poured and road pavement going down. But we wanted to just take this opportunity to get in front of council and share some proposed changes for the road reconfiguration. I'll say this intersection area out here is a little bit unique and different, and we want to make some changes to allow for better pedestrian and vehicular movement. So with that, Darnell kind of will walk you through some of the changes that are being proposed.
Thank you, Andrew, and through you, Mr. Chairman. The report before you today seeks the modification of the traffic control devices along Talbot Street between Court and Lot. Presently, Talbot Street has a stop control condition heading northbound at Court, with the balance of the road essentially operating under a free flow traffic condition. These conditions do not provide an ideal crossing environment for pedestrians, with most crossing only as gaps in the traffic permit. The staff report recommendation presents the introduction of an all-way or a three-way stop control at Talbot and West Street as pictorially set out in Figure 2 of the staff report. This change would include new intersection line markings to promote the use of this crossing point for pedestrians, along with the removal of the stop control on Talbot northbound at Court. If approved by the committee and council, these changes would be accomplished through the active Talbot Street reconstruction project, which Andrew mentioned is underway and actually getting ready to wrap up, as we have sufficient funding within the contingency allotment to address this improvement. Should the committee have any questions on this report or its recommendations, happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Darnell. Any questions? If not, moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Huffman. That staff report EIS-24-038 Talbot Street at West Street traffic control and pedestrian crossing changes be received with information, and that traffic bylaw 84-15 be amended to remove the northbound stop control on Talbot Street at Court Street, and further the traffic bylaw 84-15 be amended to designate Talbot Street at West as stop controlled conditions in both northbound and southbound directions. Any more discussion? All in favor? That is carried. And now back to Mr. Grice for the Inflow and Infiltration Program Update, Report EIS-24-057.
Thank you, and through the chair, you recall we were very happy to report on our successful leak detection program last year, and this summer we're really tackling the wastewater equivalent, which is inflow and infiltration. A lot of great work has already occurred, but we're about to venture on some smoke testing in our waste collection system in the next month. And while we don't need any formal approval from council to take our next steps, we wanted to make sure you were aware of what we were doing and the associated communication plan. The technical side of this program is somewhat complex, but communication is very key. I'm mentioning it. Steph's going to mention it when she does her presentation. I appreciate there was no questions on our last report. Ask some questions about this one because we want to make sure everybody's aware of what's going to happen as we take our next step here in August. So, Steph, I'll let you talk about the details.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Through the chair, the report that's sitting in front of you today has been prepared to update the mayor and council on our inflow and infiltration program, also known as I&I, and our next steps. So Norfolk has contracted Civica to conduct an I&I study starting in the town of Port Dover and then moving forward to the other communities afterwards. They began by installing flow monitors in 4 different locations in a period of 6 months to gauge the I&I responses in both wet and dry weather conditions throughout the town. There were similar situations noted in all the areas, these being the measured peak I&I rates are higher than what the ministry has in their guidelines. The I&I responses are very rapid, which might indicate inflow sources. And as well, the measured groundwater infiltration and the I&I volumes are considered to be low. So these 3 things do indicate that there may be direct inflow in sources, which could be cross-connected downspouts or surface drains or catch basins connected to the sanitary. So the next phase of the program is going to remain in Port Dover for this time, and it's going to include relocating 6 flow monitors to the large FM04 area that you've seen in one of the attachments, and that's on the west side of Port Dover. We're also going to be conducting smoke and dye testing investigations in the FM01, it's on the attachment as well, and that's on the east side of the town. So staff are anticipating that the smoke and dye testing component is going to be undertaken in the month of August. And prior to any of this work being done, we are going to reach out, along with the Civica staff, to canvass the neighborhoods to deliver notices, which are attachment E of your report. There's also going to be social media posts and notification on the county website, as well as the day of any of the smoke testing or the dye testing. Staff will be contacting all the residents in the area to ensure they're aware of the work that's going to be done that day. Smoke testing consists of blowing a harmless, visible vapor into the sanitary maintenance holes and the pipes to observe where the smoke's going to exit from. We're expecting that it should primarily exit out of maintenance holes further down the sanitary line, or that it could come up through the stacks on top of the houses. It is also possible for the smoke to exit stormwater catch basins and roof downspouts on the side of the residents' homes. The smoke that's used has no odor and it isn't harmful to anyone's health and will dissipate in a few minutes. Staff realize that due to the nature of the project, communication is of the utmost importance and will ensure that all stakeholders are notified, which includes the residents, fire and EMS services, as well as updates to mayor and council. Dye testing will be done afterwards as a second portion of this to confirm any cross connections that were identified through the smoke testing. So staff will not have to enter the homes, but they will be providing notification once again to all the residents that they will be on the property and putting a non-toxic dye down the exterior drainage features, such as a rear catch-a-lot basin or possibly the downspouts. And this will determine the connectivity to the sanitary system. The results from this work will be compiled into a final result, which will provide recommendations for either remediation or further investigation measures into the FM04 catchment area. And with that, we're open to any questions.
Thank you, Stephanie. Councillor Brenton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Stephanie, a couple, go back, Port Dover was, am I correct, was one of the worst areas for infiltration into the sanitary, am I correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, yes, you are correct.
Do you remember what the percentage was?
Off the top of my head, I don't, but I do know that the peaking factors during wet weather events are quite high compared to other systems that we see at our wastewater treatment plant. So we do see noticeable events there.
Right. What was the other one on there? Was it Port Rowan?
Through the chair, correct. Port Rowan has also seen some extreme peaks.
My other question is, and I know how the process works, I guess, but what about sump pumps that are illegally connected to the sanitary? How are you going to nail them down?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, if the resident is home, I would expect that they would probably come out with questions wanting to know why the smoke is now in their home.
I'm just thinking with sump pump that's connected to the sanitary directly in a house. How you're saying a smoke test? How's that gonna work? I'm just wondering, like, if they're directly connected. Am I missing something?
No, through the chair, I would think that when they put it down the sanitary, any connections from the sanitary will flow, the smoke will go back up into the resident's home. So they would see it inside.
So through the chair, that's really why we're here. So under normal circumstances, if our system was operating as it should be, so the peaking factor in Dover is about 4.5 on our wastewater system, which is astronomical. If our system was operating as intended and we did smoke testing, very little should happen. You should see a few smokes coming out of some maintenance manholes. Based on the data we have, I'm expecting us to see a lot of smoke coming out of people's rooftop leaders and likely some sump pumps. So that's where there's probably going to be some people going, what's going on, what's happening? And so I want to make sure we're door knocking, we're talking to everybody, everyone here is aware, because when your system's not operating the way it should be, smoke testing will likely reveal some pretty significant deficiencies, and sump pumps is going to be a big one.
Okay, let's see where it goes. Thank you.
Dover and Port Rowan have the highest infiltration. They also have the highest water loss, so that should balance it out, right? So, any other questions for staff? Councillor Duthie?
Thank you. Just to follow up then to that, then what? Yeah. So we see the smoke coming up, then what happens? Or they do when they come out and complain. Do we go, oh, right, about that?
Just noted. Through the chair to Councillor Duthie. So with that, we do have our sewer use bylaw, which does indicate that no storm connections are to be connected to our sanitary. So we will be able to enforce those illegal connections through that, as well as education and outreach to the residents, just letting them know that what these connections are doing has the impact on our wastewater treatment plants, which causes the excess capacity, excess needs for, our increase in capacity, upgrades to the plants, excess dollars that way. And so on.
I think it's a rather expensive fine if I remember our fee schedule correctly. So, any other questions for staff? Seeing none, motion to receive the report's information. Councillor Brunton, Councillor Huffman, all in favor? That's carried. And we move on to the road needs study, EIS-24-059. Mr. Grace.
Thank you. And although independent from the asset management plan that we talked about earlier, this really supplemented all the information that was in there. I just want to point out this report is making no specific recommendations to adjust our levels of service at this point. As staff, we felt we should be aligning that to the broader asset management discussion rather than treating, talking about roads, but leaving out all of our other assets. So you'll see that come forward in the fall, but we do have some information within the report that talks about potential savings and offsetting that could be generated if we were to lower our levels of service. But with that, I'll pass it over to Darnell, and he can walk through the details of the report. And I'm sure there'll be some questions about this one as well, because roads are always a popular topic.
Thank you, Andrew. Through you, Mr. Chair, the report on the 2023 road needs study is presented to the committee and council, as Andrew said, for information. The road needs study is a report that reports on the state of the county's pavement services, which is updated every 5 years. in an effort to monitor the performance of our resurfacing programs and to consider program adjustments as necessary or appropriate. The 23 report highlights that our road surfaces are in fact in good condition with an overall network score of 79, which I believe you heard during the asset management presentation. In computing this value, however, those roads which were identified for reconstruction due to reasons other than the road surface were removed from this calculation. These roads typically have a time of repair set by other drivers, such as coordination with other work on infrastructure or the need to phase the work, for example. Since 2019, additional funding has been allocated to the county's resurfacing programs, and further adjustments were made in 2021 with regards to the prioritization approach and funding allocations between the various resurfacing programs that you're probably familiar with, our rural resurfacing, our urban resurfacing, and our surface treatment program, which for the most part touches our rural roads. Since 2018, these resurfacing programs have worked to improve our overall network condition. The need to maintain the current funding level, however, should be examined through the process of setting levels of service standard for our roadway pavements. Staff are of the opinion that an overall network condition of 70 would perhaps be a reasonable level of service for our pavements and have referred this recommendation to the next phase of the asset management program. This phase includes the development of levels of service, which you had heard earlier today, for all assets of the county, which would be presented to Council in 2025 for consideration and endorsement. As noted in the Asset Management Plan update, the exercise of setting levels of service requires community and council input that is considerate of both social acceptance and the financial impact that runs along with that. Once council sets levels of service, staff will then adjust its annual budgets in an effort to achieve and maintain these levels of service targets. For 2025, staff plan to maintain the current level of funding for our road resurfacing, but we'll be exploring alternative methods and techniques for improving our pavement surfaces in an effort to see our limited funds address more roads on an annual basis. This committee and council is being requested to receive the 2023 road needs update, which will be used as a reference document for our asset management plan update. Should the committee have any questions on this report, I'd be happy to take them.
Okay, thank you, Darnell. It says only 17% of our roads are fair or poor. I spend way too much time driving on the wrong roads then. So. Any questions for staff? Mr. Brunton.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I agree. I go down the wrong road myself. Question for you to Darnell. Darnell, when you do the, I see you use the AADT counts and so forth, but what about, how do you rate your, I call them your tele reports to tie them in with your road needs study? How do you do that? Like, is it incorporated in here or no?
When you refer to the tele report, you mean for the underground infrastructure?
Yeah, right. I call it tele because
that would be through you, Mr. Chair, that would be a separate undertaking where staff would have to coordinate across, I guess, the range of assets, be it a water main or a sanitary pipe or a storm sewer, in collaboration with what the road surface needs. And that's done through our typical annual budgeting exercise. You know, this asset has a need of now or 1 to 5, this one is 6 to 10, and we'll have to figure out a program timing that ideally delivers a complete street rehabilitation. The last thing we ever want to do is resurface a road and then rip it up for a water main underneath.
No, I realize that, but I sometimes question why a few of them we don't do a little more shave and pave versus tear them up. You know, like you see, and that's why I say is the tele reports on some of these, are they all bad? Is that why we've done them?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think that was my kind of concluding remark about looking at alternate ways to be able to go in and improve that road surface in a more timely and perhaps a more economical fashion. I certainly take your point that there are roads out there that could be done with a shave and pave and, you know, the life extended maybe for 10 or 15 years until such a point as maybe an underground infrastructure requires need, and not to simply delay it far off into the future so that it's in line with that. And that those discussions need to happen.
So we are going to look at that idea, that's what you're saying?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Duthie and then Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Certainly, I appreciate that the emphasis towards this report and making sure that we do it with our asset management plan at the same time. Road conditions are probably one of the things that we get called about the most. And I think a large number of our residents in Simcoe, Councillor Brunton and I might agree on this, seem to live on the bad ones. Is there a way that we can get, and I will note that one of the appendixes has it, but it's a very large document, so thank you for your responses last night on that. But I'm looking at the individual maps by urban area, or trying to get the urban area understanding, and what the average pavement condition index may be for each urban area. Is that something that we can track down?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly our road pavements are one of those assets where we have a lot of detailed information. I think you heard earlier today on some of your assets you don't. For that particular request, we can certainly do a average pavement condition index for each of the urban areas, so you can have that comparative analysis how those urban areas relate to each other.
Thanks, that would be helpful. I think as we start to really take a long, hard look at what growth looks like in our community, and we've obviously underwent a large amount of discussion related to that. I think it's important to consider all of those assets at the same time as well, and understanding what that looks like in each community as well. So thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Darnell, I've been getting several calls lately where the edge of the pavement is crumbling because of traffic with respect to heavy equipment, tractors and that type of thing, I believe is what people are telling me, where the shoulder of the pavement meets the gravel. Have you heard that? And is the road need study, do they actually look right at those very spots? Like what percentage of the road do they actually look at when they do the study?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the road needs study does a complete assessment across the entire road surface. So it would certainly pick up if there was a tattered edge on the road. That would be one of probably 10 to 12 factors that are taken into consideration. So if it is simply just a tattered edge, that may not be enough to elevate its score into a poor. I haven't had that brought to my attention yet, but I'm certainly willing to take a look at it and see if there's something unique about that situation or some phenomenon of use going on along that edge of the road that perhaps just some general maintenance may take care of it as opposed to a full resurfacing requirement.
Thank you. Maybe next time I get the call, I'll set it your way. Thanks.
Councillor Huffman, you had a question?
Actually, not so much a question, but maybe a bit of a rebuttal, I guess. I just want to say I think we've made leaps and bounds of improvement on the conditions of our roadways, and we have a great amount of, I sounded like Donald Trump there, sorry, a great amount. Making myself laugh. Anyways, a large number of our roads are in very good to good condition, and I have to say that I don't receive calls at all about the state of our roads, and I think we're in a very good position, and I think we've got a good step forward in the asset management, and I just want to congratulate staff on doing such a great job on getting all these roads in such great condition.
Does that mean that you'd also like to move the staff recommendation that the report entitled 2023 Road Needs Study EIS-24-059 from the Department of Engineering dated July 9, 2024 be received as information, seconded by Councillor Michele. Comment, Councillor Michele?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would frankly concur with Councillor Huffman's comments. I actually have people who come to Norfolk County and comment on the condition of our roads as being quite good. No, they do not work here, but anyway, I will second. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Councillor Van Driesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. When you do the analysis, I'm just curious. Lots of the roads have a ripple in it, even if they're I'm sorry, I can't see it, but there's a ripple in the road, so when you're driving on it, it's a ripple, you know what I mean? And there are new roads put in. Is there a reason for that?
Your speedometer's going way too high.
Yeah. No.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, did you say new roads?
Yep, fairly newly paved roads, and you can always tell a road from when you're changing counties. And I know there's a section where you drive on, it's fairly new on that particular end of the county, and then you move into, say, another county. But it's like a ripple.
So through you, Mr. Chair.
Bouncy, my husband says. The road is bouncy.
Maybe you'll have to send some descriptions of locations.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I'll take you up on that drive.
Yeah.
I have had that, or I have seen that happen before, where the screed on the paver was not functioning correctly and it ended up in a ripple. But usually that's brought to our attention fairly quickly right after paving, so but I certainly, if you can point me in that direction, I'm happy to go out and take a look at it.
Oh, it's way out on the west side.
Okay, so have a motion moved and seconded. If there's no more discussion, all in favor? That's carried. On to the next item. Mr. Grice, one more about Main Street Waterford safety review.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, this is the last report, as you mentioned, for us, and it is coming out of the Road Safety Committee in the road safety capital of Norfolk County, Waterford. But maybe before I let Darnell talk about the specific report, I just wanted to remind everyone about, because he may have seen Mike King's name on this report, and I had a couple questions about this recently. So Mike King has now left us as the Director of Engineering. He did help transition Darnell into the role, and his assignment ended at the end of May. However, Mike wanted to prolong his retirement or slow it down slightly, so he is working part-time for us to look after the Road Safety Committee as well as a few other things. So just because there's a few questions came up in the last week about what's Mike doing. So Mike is around still, but funnel everything through Darnell. And excuse me, Mike will help us with these tasks up until the end of the year, and then he will be sailing off into the sunset for good. But Darnell, if you would like to walk through the report, that would be great.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andrew. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, report EIS 24044 provides council with the findings and recommendations of the recently completed road safety review for Main Street between Thompson Road and Woody Road in Waterford. The Road Safety Committee had received numerous requests over the past number of months for traffic and pedestrian controls along Main Street. And also during the growth plan review, council may recall hearing some similar concerns being brought forward with regards to traffic volumes along this section of the roads and some challenges crossing it. The review work identified the need for pedestrian crossing enhancements at both Main and Alice and Main and Church Street. Specifically, these improvements require at Main and Church the installation of a level 2 PXO, a diagram of which is included in the report, crossing device which includes signs, poles, and button actuated flashing beacons. I think you're all familiar with seeing this type of control in, I think in Delhi. And at Main and Alice Street, the provision for a similar level 2 PXO crossing, but with an enhanced flashing beacon overhead, and some modifications to the intersection itself to shorten the crossing distances and better define vehicular operating space. Staff also recommend the designation of Main Street over its study length as a community safety zone, as it meets the current county community safety zone policy. Should council concur with these recommendations, staff requests that the community safety zone bylaw be amended to include Main Street in Waterford, and that the 2024 budget be amended to provide the necessary $375,000 in financing, allowing for the design work to commence in 2024 and improvement works delivered in 2025. Should the committee have any questions on this report and its recommendations, happy to take them.
Yes, thank you, Darnell. Councillor Huffman, would you like to comment first, or?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the committee for their hard work and for their outcome that they've brought forward to us today. Waterford is, according to the last census, the largest growing community in Norfolk County. Our population is going up. Unfortunately, we only really have one main road, and that is Main Street. And it serves a lot of people from commuters to day-to-day traffic to the grocery store, kids getting to school, bus stops, and the crosswalk at Alice and Main will be a welcome addition to the community for safety purposes, but also for connectivity, for active living for our seniors who live at Golden Pond, and access to the library. So I am very thrilled with this report, and if no one has any issues with it, I would like to move the staff report.
Okay, any questions? Otherwise, it's been moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Brunton. That report, EIS-24-044 Main Street Waterford Safety Review, be received as information, and that the approved capital budget be amended to include project 5532528 new pedestrian crossing in 2024 with an increase of $257,000 to a total allocation of $375,000 to be funded by the new incremental capital reserve, and that council enact a bylaw to create a community safety zone on Main Street in Waterford from Thompson Road to Woodley Road. Any more discussion? All in favor? That is carried. And before we get into corporate services, I think it's a good time to take a half hour and have a little bit of our supper break there, since they taunted us with food before. So.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna, and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca. and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna.
Okay, so I guess we're ready to reconvene, and Councillor Michelle, you have a request?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I am hoping that we can alter our agenda slightly to allow for CAO item 8.6.1 to be dealt with before items 8.5, which is the Corporate Services Department. It would be helpful to move that ahead so that it can be addressed sooner than later.
So a motion to amend the agenda to deal with item 8.6.1 right now. Is there a seconder for that motion? And Councillor Huffman, and we'd need a 2/3 majority to do that. So all in favor? That is carried. So we will go to item 8.6.1, the Amplify Norfolk Grant Program options, which was deferred from the last council meeting. So Mr. Meneses, would you like to introduce this report?
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to committee. The report is in front of you today without any changes, as it was deferred and has to come back for the July meeting. The executive summary and the recommendations remain the same. And we'll have, I don't think council needs us to repeat the details of the report. And I think this has been discussed already 3 or 4 times. And so we'll leave it to council to ask any questions they may have.
Okay, and Councillor Michelle, I assume you have a question or
I
comment?
do, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I do have some questions in the interim since the deferral of this item to today's meeting. I was able to examine the minutes of the Economic Development Advisory Committee, which is basically the source of the reason why we had this report. And I do have some questions to staff about that, those minutes and some of the items in it, if that's okay with the chair.
Yeah, I think Mr. Sloan is still here. Hopefully he is able to answer all your questions. So.
Very good. And some of these I'm hoping that Mr. Sloan can answer, but perhaps they may have to go to the CAO or other staff. I am referring to the minutes of that meeting up from March 15th. And I have had some questions prior to that, but I never had the actual minutes there. So I felt that at our previous discussion, where we deferred this item, that members of council were at a bit of an informational disadvantage, frankly. So I guess I am curious. And forgive me for not knowing or having examined the terms of reference for this committee, but what is the, and again, Brandon, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, and I'm certainly not intending to be critical of anyone, but what is the requirement for quorum for that committee? I know there are 7 members of that committee, but I'm just curious if there is a specific number for quorum.
Through the chair, for the 2 meetings with the Economic Development Advisory Committee that acted as the selection committee, we did have, at the second meeting, we had the clerk attend as well to ensure and there was discussion about quorum and quorum for the Economic Development Advisory Committee as a whole. When it came to forming and being the selection committee, it was our understanding through the clerk that the 2 or 3 that did participate was enough for the selection committee to meet.
Okay, so I guess that's maybe where some of my other questions come from, Mr. Sloan. So we have an advisory committee that has 7 members. The particular meeting I'm referring to, 3 of those members gave regrets; they did not attend. Now there are 4 members of that committee present. At a point about, it appears to be about midway through the meeting, I believe it was like technically 9:41, another member left the meeting. Now there are 3 members of this committee, and I guess I'm questioning now whether or not that 3 members of any committee, whether it be a selection committee or any committee, can continue to operate and make decisions without input from several other members. And I guess further to this, and I have the minutes for that meeting right here, and I don't know if other members of council have looked at these.
If I could, Councillor Michelli, if there's no specific rules in the for that committee, and you fall back to our code of conduct or procedural bylaw, all of the members who are absent was through declaration of conflict of interest. And you cannot lose quorum when members declare a conflict, because I had this discussion with the clerk at the time, because I questioned the same thing. 2 members didn't show up because they first declared the conflict, so they didn't bother showing up. The other one through conflict. So as long as there's a minimum of 3 members remaining, you can't lose quorum because of conflict of interest declarations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, but with respect, only 2 of those original people were sent regrets because of and added that they had conflicts. The other 2 did not. So I'm still questioning whether or not 3 members can, regardless of whether they declare a conflict, because you are correct. I know that at that meeting, Councillor Very correctly declared that he had a conflict, which then on that particular item left 2 members of a 7-member committee to make a decision that was going to have an impact on several constituents and community groups. And I guess I'm kind of questioning whether or not that was something that should have taken place, and frankly, whether or not that process is fair to all of those community groups who very, very much in good faith prepared their applications, submitted their applications, and then found out after that process, which I believe that everyone involved would agree that it was a flawed process. And my concern is that we've got community groups who are now feeling like they are victims of a flawed process that was in no way the fault of those people. And so with that in mind, I know that the motion that we have in front of us is to discontinue the Amplify Norfolk grant program, but I think with all of these items in mind, and I'm very happy to hear from my colleagues as well, that I do think that the selection committee, now we have, I believe, what I feel is specific proof that this was a flawed process. And again, all due respect to all of the members on that committee and to all staff, that this, was the case. And I just feel that, again, council had previously, when this whole grant program began, committed itself to those 2 years of grant funding to organizations. And for us to have ended it in 2024, I think is grossly unfair. It's not very transparent, and it's not appropriate for council to just decide to take their money off the table when people made these applications in very good faith. And so that's why I would like to, when it's appropriate, I'd like to move that we do continue the Amplify Norfolk grant program for 2025 to give those same people an opportunity. And I do have a couple of other items I'd like to mention, Mr. Chair, about this, but I'd like to let...
We're asking if there are any questions to staff. Are there any other councillors have a question for staff regarding the report? Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you. I note in the staff report under program options, it discusses the selection committee options, and one of them is the community grant selection committee. And I must confess that I probably had these two different things mixed up here, because I thought the community grant committee would also be the same one that was reviewing the selections for Amplify, but that wasn't the case. So I guess I'm curious as to why didn't that transpire that way?
Through the chair, there was a few reasons. So one, this was, Amplify was initially an economic development related initiative, and the Economic Development Advisory Committee was the logical group to provide advice and recommendation to council on the program. And so there wasn't necessarily staff or a staff member that was reviewing all the grant applications. Technically, the Community Grant Selection Committee had not been formed yet. We did not have the approved policy and bylaw, which came in January, and then the group was identified and put together in February and March. So that Community Grant Selection Committee includes one member from each advisory committee plus one staff person from each division.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that, Mr. Sloan. I guess this question then maybe to the clerk's office. So is the Community Grant Selection Committee now established, and is there a member from each council committee nominated? I seem to think in most of their minutes I've noted that they've nominated that person, but I'm not sure if that's the same for all of them.
Through the chair, I'd have to double check and make sure.
Maybe through the chair, yeah, the group has been established and we've done the community grants. They have met, reviewed, we have our process. So we do have one member from each advisory committee and a backup member, and they've been assigned for a 2-year term.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Vanendriessche.
Thank you. Is that working? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. My apologies. I wasn't here the last time, so I didn't really get an opportunity to get the feedback that had happened, and it's now here again today. My question is, those people that made application to Amplify Norfolk, how were they dismissed then if you just closed the... If here we're talking about returning the funds, if there were applications there, did we go through them? What happened here?
I think it's in the report, but Brandon, can you summarize it?
I will do my best to summarize it fairly concisely. There were 4 applications that met the specific wording of the eligibility criteria within the grant. However, upon review, the selection committee didn't feel that any of them met the minimum evaluation threshold to be awarded a grant. So essentially, there's a bit of a difference between having a complete application, which we had, versus the assessment of it. And then that was the selection committee's recommendation to council. And then council, we've put a pause on the funds right now, and we're still considering what to do with the program. So we're awaiting that end result.
Follow up? Yeah. Is this the same committee group that ended up with 2 people making that decision?
Through the chair, so the selection committee in some cases had 3, and in some instances had 2 people.
2 people. So there were people that applied for this grant that we made available and did a big thing about it. I mean, it was around the table, it was talked about quite a bit, and it seemed a good program and purpose. And then there were 7, and then there were 2. It just, it doesn't sit well with me, how there were people eligible, or maybe you're saying uneligible, but the 2 people decided they were uneligible. So to me, I have difficulty with all that, so I'm not really understanding it, and I apologize for not looking into it further.
Okay, but again, I don't believe we're here to review what happened in the past. The report deals with the status of this program moving forward. So we're not here to review what was approved or not approved last spring. We're looking at the future of this program itself. So.
And Mr. Chair, I can appreciate that, but if I don't know where I was, I don't know where I'm going.
I'm sorry, I got to do
Councillor
a point of
Berry.
order on this because this is just incorrect information at this point. It's not at you, but because of this. This is not accurate. It was never down to just 2 people making the decision. That is not accurate at all. Here's the situation. We had the committee show up. We had 2 people that declared a conflict and did not they opted to not participate in any of the reviews. They didn't have to do that. They could have just declared a conflict on the organizations that they were involved in, but that was a misunderstanding, so they didn't attend. So we had 4 at the first meeting. Partway through, on one application, one of the other members declared a conflict and didn't vote on something because it wasn't me, he felt like he had a conflict for whatever reason. He should have declared at the beginning, he didn't understand, done. But there are still 3, okay? 2 were approved at that meeting. Subsequently, those 2 that were approved, as well as 2 others, were deemed to be ineligible, all right? So that was why there's the second meeting, was to determine, did the committee want to continue and fund them anyways or not? At that meeting, there was, again, conflicts of interest. And at that meeting, I also declared one I didn't the first time because after talking to the Integrity Commissioner, he raised some points that I hadn't considered the first time, so I didn't. But that was only for the 2, it was only 1 actually, that I was involved tangentially in. There were still 2 people making decisions on that 1, sorry. On the other 7, 8, whatever there were still 3 of us. So there was never just 2. It was just 1, it was the Port Dover Board of Trade only that had 2. And it had already been approved before, and it was split vote on whether or not to approve it with the new eligibility considerations. It was 1-1, so it failed. And that was the only one that was affected. The only other one that had been previously approved and then reversed was Port Dover Beer Stock. Okay, and that one was, for again its own reasons, decided that it wasn't eligible after it had been approved. So that was why there was the second meeting. All of the other applications, how many was there, Brandon? 6, 8, something like that? Whatever there was, doesn't matter. All of them, all of the other ones were assessed equally and fairly at the committee and were decided for whatever reasons that they were not going to be funded. They were not complete applications, the budget was missing information, whatever. So I just want to make sure that we're actually talking about real information.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Very, but I'm not really sure that that's how a point of order works, where you get to explain everything that happened. He's either got an issue with the previous speaker or he doesn't.
Well, I think I've been rather lenient. Right now, is there any questions for staff regarding
I have actual questions
this
as well.
report? He did have his hand up for that. So a question to staff regarding the report.
Yeah, okay, so my actual question here is for Brandon. In your opinion, Brandon, was this an unfair process? Well, we're talking about being unfair. Is it unfair?
Through the chair, I think
again,
I would,
questions about the report.
Okay. Could you describe the process?
Yeah, we're not here to decide if the process is flawed. Then bring forth a motion that we keep the program and we improve the process.
Fair enough, but at length
the other option
complaints
is
about
to
process.
eliminate this particular program that we have and replace it with a different one.
Fair enough.
So a question on the report to staff, and then the floor will be open for a motion, and I'm sure I'll go to Councillor Michelli first on that, but and we'll see what the vote is on it. So questions about the report, specifics. I know there's hard to think of a question because it's the 3rd time we've dealt with this one, but Question, please.
Nope, that's it, done. I guess, fine.
Okay, Councillor Huffman, questions for staff on the report?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question is, these applications were the activities that they had planned were supposed to happen this shoulder season, correct? We were going to give grant money for 1 year, not 2 years? I just want to make sure I've got my information right.
Through the chair, that is generally correct, that it was for 2024 primarily, and looking at the shoulder seasons.
Okay.
So not necessarily July or August, what we would call as non-shoulder seasons.
Okay, so it was nothing that went into 25, it was just strictly 24?
Through the chair, I am a little bit foggy on if we had the eligibility to run into the beginning of 25. Yes, we did. So it was March 21st, 2024 to March 20th, 2025. The projects must take place and funding be used within that time frame.
Okay, thank you very much.
If there's no more questions, Councillor Michelle, would you like to make a motion that Council receives the Amplify Norfolk Grant Program Options Report CAO-24-051 as information? And I'll leave the second line up to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I would then, the second line will be that I move that we continue with the Amplify Norfolk Grant Program to include the year 2025, and I think I will leave it at that for now. I don't know if any of my colleagues will want to amend that, but I would like to continue the Norfolk Amplify Norfolk Grant Program for 2025 to allow for an improved selection committee process and to be frankly more transparent to all of those community groups who are still to this day very, very curious and frankly unsure of why it is that they did not receive any of this grant money, and they have actually to this date not been actually told what it was in their application that was not correct.
Okay, and when you say 2025, you mean all of the calendar year 2025?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Two things. One, I would definitely second it, but I do have, I'm wondering about a bit of an amendment here. What I would like to see is one of the reasons that I'm supporting this, can I just briefly say, one, for the equity of the individuals who submitted applications. Also, I'm supporting this because I attended the Amplify Norfolk a couple of weeks ago, and it is the most wonderful community initiative that we've probably put forward in a long time, and it brings a lot of people together. I was also made aware that there's individuals in the West, groups in the western part of our county who are looking to get some seed money to get things started. So I would really love to see a 2-year piece where they would apply for funding for 25 and 26 to give them, that gives them 2 years to get off the ground, get things going, not just 1 year, but 2. So that would be my amendment in all fairness, and to give this Amplify Norfolk a fighting chance.
Okay, so let's do this the right way. Councillor Michelle made a motion, you seconded that motion, and now you've made a motion to amend that motion to add 2026. Yes. Is there a seconder for that? Seeing, Councillor Michelle seconds that. Okay, debate on the amendment to add 2026 to Councillor Michelle's motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if this is the right point to do this, but I would like to further add to that motion when it's appropriate.
We have a motion moved and seconded.
Yes.
On the floor. We have an amendment on the floor. First, we'll deal with the amendment. Councillor Brunton.
I'm getting somewhat confused, but I would like a recorded vote when we come to the end of this, number one. And number two, I'd like to speak to the motion, whatever it is in the end, okay?
Right now, we're speaking to an amendment to the motion
Yes,
to
I
add
understand
the
that.
calendar year 2026 to the motion. Debate on the amendment, Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have waffled on this quite a bit, but I do support carrying it over for one final year. All of the reasons that we discussed the last time we discussed it, I think that there were expectations and that were not met, and the county it should be held to a pretty high, is held to a high standard, higher than others. So, but I can't support it going into 2026 for 2 years. It's just stretching it out longer than it was ever intended to be. So I won't support the amendment, but I would support it for one more additional year.
Councillor Huffman.
I feel very strongly about this, so strongly that I will remove my amendment to make sure that we have the necessary support to bring it into the calendar year of 2025.
Seconder, okay with the withdrawal?
I am, Mr. Chair. I'm content.
The clerk will note that. So we go back to the original motion. And Councillor Michelli, let's clarify, you receive it as information. You want to run it for the 2025 calendar year. And there was a line about reviewing the selection process.
Yes, to
Okay.
review the process of the selection of the eligible candidates. And if I can add one more thing now, and that in that process, that first-time applicants will not be penalized.
Okay. The clerk has captured that.
I didn't hear the last part that you said.
That first.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, and I think we did discuss this previously, but that council would be given an opportunity to review the applications.
Okay. What was the other line about new applicants or previous applicants?
Right, no applicant will be penalized who has previously, during the 24 season, not been, yes.
Yeah. That direction to staff or in the motion?
I think it'd be best to put it in the motion, Mr. Chair.
Can I just say
Yeah,
something?
just the CAO.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as we know, best practice is not to make decisions on the fly like this. What we're talking about is, in essence, revamping the entirety of the scope. We're not talking about just putting it in, because, just to be clear, some of those applicants may have decided to move forward with an event in 2024. The current program was very clear. It's for new events only. What you're suggesting now is that we would have to change the scope and allow those who may have applied this year who weren't successful but had an event to be able to apply again and be successful potentially. So we're no longer saying just limited to first-time events, which was the intent. So I'm just fearful that we're going to go down a path and council is going to give direction and we're not going to be clear. Part of the whole concern was that, you know, there was some issues identified with the initial program. If council's desire is to move forward with an amplified program for 2025, I would suggest that the direction to staff be to return back before the end of this year with new program details, full scope, details in regards to the selection committee. I'm also hearing council wants to be part of a review process. All of that needs to be considered in light of not only the resources that we have as staff, but also making sure that we're meeting the expectations of council. And so I would be hesitant to move forward with some ideas, and everyone sort of might be having different ideas in terms of what direction's being given today.
Mr. Chair, yes, with obviously respect for our CAO's position on this topic, and I appreciate his comments. I do think that I would like to go forward with this now, and I do not want to reword the issue of first-time applicants. We do not want 2024 applicants to be penalized in 2025.
Unsuccessful 2024 applicants. Will not, are not necessarily excluded, right? They're not excluded. Does that look good, Councillor Michele?
Yes, I think so, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, that's the motion on the floor. Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have to take the advice of our CEO, take it very closely, because there's a lot of times passed by already since this, and I think we're going to run into some issues. The other thing, I have a question. The report indicates the program administration requires substantial staff resources. How is this Amplify Norfolk, what we're dealing with right now? What impact will that have with respect to staff resources? Mr. Sloan, have you got the answer for that? It's in the report, that's why I question it.
I can certainly start, and Mr. Sloan can add to it. I think what we learned from the first time around is that this takes a lot of resources to develop the program, review it, selection criteria, making sure that we've got the proper resources in finance, clerks. There was some debate around qualifications for the groups that were applying, whether they were not-for-profit, whether they were charitable organizations, exactly what meets certain criteria. And so there's a lot of work that would go into trying to, because I think what you've heard is that the committee had some difficulties with that, and as did staff. And that's the reason why it came back a second time, because there was different interpretations of what some of those guidelines were, and then there was some sober second thought at looking at it and a reconsideration of what that looks like. And so in order to try to get this right next year, I mean, the worst thing that can happen is we move forward with this in 2025, and yet again, we don't have it right. And so we really need to put some effort into looking at that project scope and exactly what that criteria is going to be, so that there's no confusion. We need to be able to also, I think, learn from our mistakes. We'll probably have to provide applicants or those who want to apply what an actual complete application looks like, what we're looking for, so that those who perceive that their application was complete and perfect and can't understand why their application wasn't approved, we need to do a better job of explaining to them, here's what we're looking for, and if you don't have these criteria in your application, understand that you won't be approved. You might not even be considered. And so there's a lot of that's going into this. We understand that there's some real discontent from some of the applicants who were unsuccessful, but we need to do a better job of applying and explaining what all that criteria is in advance of them putting the time in for an application and expecting to be approved.
So with that, do we have adequate staff to follow through on all that? Or what will we be losing by attributing certain amount of staff to that? I take it would be economic development, wouldn't it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it might be economic development, it might be partly some recreation staff, it might be, in all likelihood, GM of community development will take an active involvement. We're going to have some finance staff involved, clerk staff involved. It's going to take some staff to get around the table and formulate what that new project scope is going to look like.
Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just a question for our CAO. Al, would you not agree, though, that in some cases, when we have groups that have come together, and organizing these groups and organizing these projects is already a very time-consuming task, And my concern would be that some of these groups who frankly were denied in 2024, if we make them wait even longer for this opportunity, that they may fold, or they may decide that they just can't keep their group together in an effective way. And then again, my personal view of this is that we then are again being unfair to those groups. And that's why I certainly appreciate all the suggestions about staff time and about all of the the extra detail that we can put into this and improve the scope. But I do think that we want to get back to being fair to all of the groups out there. And again, there maybe perhaps these previous groups, they may not qualify. There might be other groups that will have better applications, and that's okay, because it's going to be fair and it's going to be transparent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not suggesting we delay the process any further. If it's council's direction to have a program ready for 2025, we'll do it. What I'm suggesting is that we take some time to develop that, bring it back in front of council, so all 9 of you are on the same page, staff are on the same page, and then we know how to deliver the program in 2025. I'm not suggesting we delay it.
Okay, well, thank you, Al. I was under the impression that you were suggesting we put this off indefinitely. Thank you.
Councillor Huffman, then Councillor Brunton.
My only comment is sitting around the table now for 6 years, I always find it frustrating that when we ever try to do something that's maybe a little bit outside the box and something new and creative, that there's just roadblock after roadblock put in front of us. And I just find it very frustrating. And I would like, again, I'm supporting this motion. I feel it's in all fairness to everybody within the county who either put one in or an application or wants to put in another application, and we do this process again and we allow these individuals to have their opportunities. So I would like to move forward with this today.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking to this motion, I assume, that's on the screen.
The motion on the floor.
And that involves $125,000, if I'm correct. I've sat here for the last 4 or 5 hours, and I've listened to a few things, and the one is, we just spoke about asset management, the problem it's going to cause. We talked about the community safety zone in Waterford, $375,000 that we have to spend. I can think of other things here. We've got sidewalks we need to fix. There's umpteen things out there we can spend $125,000 on other than Amplify Norfolk. And it sure would be a nice thing. But the last thing I want to say is, the Fair Board were here, and they told me they're going to continue with Amplify Norfolk with or without us. And I think that was important to me. Okay? So that's my say. I will not be supporting the motion, and I'd like a recorded vote. Thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to support the motion. And very simply, my position is, if we say we're going to do something, we just need to actually do it. We started something really great for Norfolk. Certainly, if you look at the success that we've had, the vibrancy that's been in our community over the past month and the previous year, the economic success, we're really shining a positive spotlight on our beautiful community. And there is lots of doom and gloom out there. There is lots of stuff that we need to do, without question. But we have the ability through this to be able to say, look at the good stuff that we're doing. Look at the good stuff that we're part of. Look at the reasons why you should come to Norfolk to visit and live here and start your businesses here. I think this is an investment in our success, an investment in our future. I appreciate the CIO's comments. However, I also think that a lot of the staff work has already been done. We do need to retweak some things perhaps. But again, I think we owe it to the community to continue and to the community groups as well, to continue on what we said that we were going to do and what we set out to do. So I am going to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Very, then Councillor Van Andrieschie, and then Councillor Michelli, and then the Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So for my debate comments, I guess I'm going to say that I'm not going to support it. In the report, staff says that they're not recommending it. We can't really afford it. We don't have the staff to do it properly or well, or however you want to word it. It's not a core service. We gave it a good go. We've heard from the fair on one of their events. We never got a report from Waterford, so we don't know how that went. And to this idea that it's not been fair, transparent, you know, people not getting the result that they want, Mr. Chair, does not mean that a process was unfair. It doesn't mean it was not transparent. It means that it was not successful. And that's just where it lands for me. So, you know, having been part of the meetings, I would say that the process was fair. Every one of the applications was reviewed under the exact same criteria. And so I will not be supporting it based on this idea that it was unfair or that people didn't have a fair chance to do it.
Councillor Van Andriesch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason that I'll probably be supporting it is the fact that at least it enhances not just one area, but broadens their horizons, maybe out to the West End, and maybe there's some good programs or something else that can happen that can be started and maybe continued once they are financially viable to do so. So this gives the whole of Norfolk another opportunity, not just, you know, the fair, you're right, the fair, and it'll continue no matter what, and it's other programs. But this might give an opportunity to a smaller group out there that has a big idea and maybe with a little bit of help can get it, and then we'll be able to move on their own. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too will be supporting this. Just maybe a couple of references to my colleagues' comments. Yes, the Norfolk Fair is going to go ahead with this now on their own, but they would not have been able to get to this point without that seed money. The report itself says that the 2023 Amplify Norfolk program provided a substantial return on investment for Norfolk County. So this is not giving away money that we can't afford to do. This is actually going to create economic activity in Norfolk County. And frankly, I agree with Councillor Van Andriesch that this will be an opportunity for perhaps some balance so that the West End can have the same opportunities as other parts of Norfolk County. We have discussed previously how reduced hours at the Delhi Administration Building are a disadvantage to people in the West End, and we should have actually more access to people out there. And there is this, and again, this is not necessarily relevant, but I would like to make it clear to the public that this is something, and again, whether I do, disagree with another one of my colleagues that this was done fairly. I think it was done fairly by the people who did it, but it was not done in a transparent, accountable standard that Norfolk County should have. 3 people making a decision when there was a total of 7. I just don't think that is the way that we want to make decisions. Going through the minutes here, it doesn't indicate that any of this was discussed in any kind of closed session. It was all here, and that part is transparent, but it is, I think, incumbent on Norfolk County to keep its commitment that it made. That's the standard we should be held to. Thank you.
Mayor Martin.
Sure, I can follow that one. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll speak in favor of the recommendation. My mother always said, your words, your honor, and we made a commitment to the public to go through a process that didn't fully follow through on. There's a lot of discussion about the staff and the implications, and while that is true, I think sometimes we get down into the weeds on stuff, and if we bring this back to council, if we leave it as is, the decision rests with us, that will take less work from our staff. I think sending it back to staff another time is going to increase the resources on it, and I just can't stomach it. It is true that we still have other investments that we need to make in the community, roads, sidewalks, and so on and so forth, but this money isn't going to go to that if we're not using it for the event, and we have a responsibility to make well-rounded investments across the community. So while roads and sidewalks and arenas and museums, it's all important, so is economic development to our business owners. We've got some good stuff here, some good people who are asking for some support to see where they can land, and I want to make it very clear that this is not money that's going towards the Fair Board. That is a separate funding envelope and a separate initiative that's been tapped out. So these are smaller community events that can make a really big difference, and I'd like to put a bow on this next year with a positive note and get out of the entertainment business.
And Mr. Meneses.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to committee, in review of the draft direction that's on the screen, can I just get some clarification? Is it to include the 2025 shoulder seasons? Are we allowing June, July events, August events?
Well, my understanding would have been that the program was set to end in the spring of 2025, and we're now including the fall of 2025. We didn't change any of the other criteria, so.
So the shoulder seasons?
Yeah.
Okay. And the review of the selection committee process, is that subject to council's approval, or are we leaving that to staff to make that change?
That was intended to be changed to council.
So staff will return to council with recommendations on a selection committee process?
Yes, and all of the peripheral information.
Okay. You can update it.
Is that clear with staff now, or?
Just looking for the clerk to maybe provide an update.
Yeah.
Yeah. The staff return to council in the fall of 2024 with a review of the selection committee process, and at that time we'll also put the details around it. But the selection committee process is changing. You're asking us to review it.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, my suggestion is we want to not be burdening staff with this any more than it needs to. We want to wrap this up. So next year, under the same terms and correct me if I'm wrong, it's your motion. Next year, under the same terms and guidelines, you're going to release the exact same program, and we're not penalizing 2024 applicants because there is a section in this program that says it must be a first-time event. So because Councillor Michele feels as though there were groups that were disadvantaged this year, they've gone ahead and held an event, they shouldn't be penalized. So staff will take the program, they will release it in the same fashion they did last year. The applications for the event will come in, staff will review them and can make a recommendation to council, but support council with all of the applications, and ultimately council will be the decision-making factor, so there's no tossing it up between committee or staff or this, that, and the other. You can decide how you want. You wanted to go through economic development, you wanted to go through recreation. I don't think that that's the issue. Ultimately, council will be held responsible for selecting, but if staff want to make a recommendation because they've reviewed, then I don't think that that should be prohibited.
Councillor Berry?
So now that we're changing things, so we're going to allow people that applied and may or may not have had their events this year, so they won't be a first-time event, but they can still apply. Correct. So there'll be a second-time event and they can get the money. However, we had two this time that were retroactively disqualified because they weren't first-time events. So how's that fair? We're talking about fairness and transparency and everything else. So do those two automatically get approved for next year because they've already gone through this process and been approved, but then retroactively disqualified? And then we're going to remove that disqualification factor from next year's applicants. How does that work?
Mayor Martin.
Mr. Chair, it works because last year a template was set out that we weren't funding repeat events. Throughout this process, there were multiple groups that came to their counselors to the county building, and they asked what was going on. We couldn't answer their questions, and so we felt as though, as per the motion, that the only fair way was that if an event happened this year and someone had applied for it and was unsuccessful, which we know they were all unsuccessful, they wouldn't be penalized in the future. They were making the investment, they were encouraged to start with their event because of this grant funding, not because they had been doing it for the last 4 years. This grant funding, this initiative, was the genesis for them to put their group together and find a new initiative for their community. So if someone came forward and said, I planned an event in 2021, I want to apply for the 2025 year, no, I don't think that that's relevant. I think the applications we saw come forward last year that were new applicants, whether they had their event or not, they shouldn't be penalized if this motion passes and it goes forward to next year. If they've decided to continue with an investment, then I don't think we should be penalizing them. The genesis was the Amplify Norfolk grant that we had publicly advertised as an option.
Okay, seeing no more hands, I'm going to throw my 2 cents in there that this whole concept came out of COVID. It came from ECDEV to try to kickstart the economy post-COVID with some new and exciting options on the shoulder seasons. We already got summer covered pretty good. We got winter covered pretty good. Spring and fall, we're a little short. So let's kick in some seed money to help some new groups start new programs. Okay, I think COVID's done. We don't need to kickstart that anymore. If you want to help the community groups, let's look at the amount of funding that goes into our regular sort of grant program. And we don't need a separate program specifically for the, new go big, go home, all of that stuff. Let's just call this one done. Let's bury it. If you want to take some of the funding that was going to be applied to this and add it to the other grant programs, 1,000 here, 5,000 there, to help keep what we got going, that's a whole discussion for a different day, but I'm not going to be supporting this motion as it is, and would just as soon call it a day and take this whole program out of the system. So there has been a request for a recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Can I just get clarification that what we see on the screen is exactly what you're wanting to vote on?
I think you just need to amend that section where your cursor is, that staff review the selection committee process. It should read that staff return with recommendations for council's decision. Staff, whenever you return, whenever you decide you're releasing the program, you know it's meant for 2025, you know it's meant for the shoulder season. Let's get this done with.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if I can just understand that. So then what we're suggesting then is that staff will have the program recycled in 2025 with some of the changes that we've talked about here in this direction. We will return back to council with recommendations on which applicants go forward or not, but ultimately it'll be a council decision, which is really what it was this year as well. It's always a council decision. But we're okay. We'll
right,
bring
but
the
council
report
wasn't
forward.
given the full applications. Council, so it went through committee. So that's how, it's not my motion. That's how I see it being the least amount of work for staff, and just bring it back to us one time. Don't bring it back to talk about how you're going to review it. Just bring it back one final time, in my opinion. Okay. And to be very clear, the changes that I heard, so we're emphasizing shoulder season, we are emphasizing not-for-profit, and that the 2024 applications aren't being penalized if they've gone ahead and had an event when the process reads first year event. Is that encompassing what you've mentioned? Okay.
Let's take that out. Councilor Breton. That's still the budgeted amount. That hasn't changed. So. The mover and seconder happy with that motion.
I am, Mr. Chair.
I am.
Okay. Madam Clerk, the recorded vote, please.
Councillor Brunton?
No.
Councillor Columbus?
No.
Councillor Duthie?
Yes.
Councillor Huffman?
Yes.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Michele?
Yes.
Councillor Vanden Drieschie?
Yes.
Councillor Very?
No.
And Councillor Van Passen?
No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, so did the clerk declare that this is carried 5-4? Thank you.
Was carried 5-4. Yeah. And we are back to item 8.5.1, a summary of bid awards for the period ending June 18th. Report CS 24-090. Ms. Van Dyke, you've probably been missing us lately here. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the monthly summary of bid awards for Council's consideration. There are 3 bids before Council this evening. The first is request for tender EIS ENG 2462, the Norview parking lot expansion. It is before Council because the cost is over $250,000 and it will be financed by debentures. The second award is a request for pre-qualification EIS ENG 24-21, the 2024 Drainage Engineering Services roster. This award is here because it is being financed by debentures. The last award is request for proposal OPS FAC 2403, Engineering Services for energy retrofits and upgrades at the Simcoe Recreation Center. It is here because the amount of the award is over $250,000. Mr. Chair, if there are questions about the purchasing process, I would be happy to answer. If there are questions about the specific projects, I will defer to the applicable general manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Any questions for staff? I don't suppose you can put that motion up on the screen, Madam Clerk, so I don't have to read it all.
It's not a question, Mr. Chair.
Oh.
It's just a sad day when we have to take out debt for a parking lot. But I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Whatever happened to the idea of moving the property line by 50 feet and selling them, the developer, some land so we could keep the existing one, but I think that one got lost somewhere too. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Duthie. And rather than read it, the clerk has it up on the screen, so it's as printed in the agenda. So any discussion? All in favor? Councillor Duthie. The mayor moved it, Councillor Duthie seconded it. Can I take that vote again? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, carried. Thank you very much. Ms. Van Dyke, the information memo, December 31st, 2023 investment update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask Ms. Fanning to present this.
Thank you, Heidi, and through the chair to council. The report in front of you is a high-level summary of the investment results for 2023. This is an annual report that we bring forward, usually around the timing of our audit. The report breaks down the investments into 3 categories: short-term, medium-term, and long-term investments. Under short-term investments, this category includes securities such as guaranteed investment certificates, or GICs, and high-interest savings accounts, or HISAs, all with maturity dates of less than 1 year. Throughout 2023, we had an average of just over $71 million invested in short-term, providing a return of 5.21% on average, or $3.7 million. Short-term investment performance is relative to the Bank of Canada policy rate. So in 2023, we saw the policy rate start at 4.25, and that rose up to 5% by the end of the year and then held for the remainder of the year. So the rise and hold of rates drove up the short-term returns that we saw. In 2024, the Bank of Canada policy rate has decreased slightly and is projected to decrease again later in the year. So we're expecting a slight decrease in returns for 2024, but that won't be finalized, of course, until we get to the end of the year. For medium-term investments, this category includes securities such as bonds, notes, or GICs that have maturity dates greater than 1 year. Municipalities are restricted in their investments by the Municipal Act, One way for municipalities to get exposure to equity-linked returns while remaining in compliance with the Act is through principal protected notes, or PPNs. So in 2023, a portion of the medium-term portfolio was invested in PPNs. All PPNs included fixed coupons, leading to an improvement in returns compared to the prior year. Longer-term GICs were purchased to lock in the higher investment rates that we've been seeing. And in 2023, we had an average of $113 million invested under the medium term, which provided a return of 4.55%, or $5.1 million. Under the long-term category, the only long-term investment that the county has is the Legacy Fund, which is managed by the One Investment Program. With One Investing Program acting as our agent, we are able to have investments in equities and corporate bonds. Since 2015, $15.8 million is being contributed to reserves through the Legacy Fund. In 2023, the Legacy Fund had a market value of $10.4 or $7.7 million. As at the end of May 2024, the market return of the Legacy Fund was 3.4%, or just over 2.7. So that just shows how the long-term investments can fluctuate over time and why holding them is the strategy that we use to try and get the best returns. In terms of realized returns in 2023, the Legacy Fund had 4.88, or a gain of just over 3.6 million. In 2023, 2.5 million was used from the Legacy Fund to contribute 2 million to reserves, and 0.5 million was recorded in a restricted fund to be allocated to the Norfolk General Hospital. So in conclusion, through monitoring our daily cash flow and investing surplus funds, staff have been able to generate significant returns on investment in 2023. This represents a substantial revenue source for the county, and it was a main driver of the surplus that was brought forward earlier with our audited financial statements. With that, I'm happy to take any questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you, Amy. It's nice that the interest rates have gone and made us some more money, but the same is true under debentures, right? It's costing us more at the same time. So, Councillor Brunton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, the One Fund, what are we doing there? Are we making any changes?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, that's a great question. So staff were before you a bit ago with our recommendations to do that, and so we have gone out to market, and we have a number of submissions that staff are going to be reviewing, and we'll be back before council by the end of the year. We're targeting November CIC with our recommended changes to our long-term investment program and what that may look like.
And that may or may not include the One Fund?
Through the chair to council, that's correct. We haven't made any decisions at this point on what we'll bring forward to council for your decision making, but once we know better, we'll make sure it's a comprehensive report that comes forward.
Okay, and my second question on that is, could you tell me what our payment was to the One Fund in terms of our fees?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, so that's a great question as well, and this one's always a bit tricky because the fees for the One Fund are at the portfolio level, so it's not like they invoice us and we pay them where it's clear and easy to see. It comes out of the portfolio basis. I think the last time that we reached out for them, it was north of $300,000 for an annual fee, but that also fluctuates with returns and with rates, so it's really hard to track, and I don't have the most recent number at my fingertips, but I can reach out to them for that.
You'd be quite interested to see what that is. I know a few years back they made more than we did, so it's kind of hard to accept. But okay, thank you.
Questions? Would somebody be willing to move the recommendation that the information memo regarding the December 31st, 2023 investment update be received as information? Thank you, Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. All in favor? That is carried. Ms. Van Dyke, fixed network for business connectivity to municipal locations, report CS 24-107.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Adam Hughes, our Director of Information Technology, is here to present this report, and Mr. Scott Squires, our Manager of IT Infrastructure, is also here to assist with questions. So I will turn it over to Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, Heidi. Through the chair to council, this report that you have in front of you is a rather brief report. What this is essentially looking at us consolidating some legacy housekeeping issues around multiple service providers for connectivity. As part of the Universal Broadband Fund, the Federal Universal Broadband Fund, Rogers Communications has been expanding into our community their connectivity. And they also purchased Quick Internet, a local internet provider. What this report that you have in front of you is really designed to do is to tidy that all up, put it all under one contract, and to allow us to be able to add connections to sites as needed. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Brad. Any questions for staff? Doug?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I think if I'm correct, in our budget a year or two ago, we agreed to pay Rogers $1 million. Have they drawn on that? Can you answer that? Anybody answer that question?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you're speaking in regards to the fiber throughout the county, no,
Right.
there has been no drawdown on that amount.
Thank you.
I think there's more. That was for their application that was not accepted, so that money is still just sitting there with no strings attached to it, right?
Correct. Discussions we've had to date, there has been no need to fund to access that $1 million.
Any other questions? So could I get a mover for that staff report, CS 24-107, fixed network for business connectivity for municipal locations be received as information, and that council authorizes a single source supply as outlined in Norfolk County Purchasing Policy CS 02, Section 4.8.4 with Rogers Communications for a fixed network for business services to any municipal location that qualifies for this service. Mover, Councillor Columbus. Seconder, Councillor Huffman. All in favor? That is carried. Item number 8.5.4, the 2025 budget timetable and guidance. Report CS 24096. Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask Ms. Fanning and Mr. Everetts to present this report.
Thank you, Heidi, and through to council. This report before you is intended to provide a preview of the timelines that will be used for the 2025 budgets, provide an overview of the current economic trends, internal and external pressures, and ultimately provide an outlook for each budget based on known information at this time. From this, we have developed guidance factors for your approval today. For the timetable, internal budget preparation work is already well underway in order to meet our timelines. The proposed dates for budget committee deliberations are in line with our typical schedule, just a couple of tweaks this year. So these dates include the agency's boards and commissions date of October 17th. This meeting will also include the annual user fee update and preview of proposed new budget initiatives. For 2025, our main change is that we intend to produce a comprehensive rate budget that will incorporate operating and capital together to better demonstrate the relationship between the planned high level of capital investment and the effect that that has on the user rates. So the rate budget will become our first budget and will be reviewed on October 31st. You can count on the treasurer's messaging being very scary for this budget. This means that the tax-supported capital budget will become our November budget meeting, and that is planned for November 21st. And finally, we have the levy-supported operating budget on January 15th and 16th. When considering budget outlooks and projections, it's also important to consider the external factors on the budget as well. So these can include general economic conditions, funding changes from upper levels of government, and other external factors. From an economic perspective, most projections are anticipating a continued recovery from the impacts of the pandemic, with general overall inflation continuing to decrease to a more normal level in the 2% range sometime during 2025. Higher than normal inflation is still an issue for us that we're dealing with on many bid opportunities, as they're often longer term contracts. So while it's normalizing, we still expect it to be an impact for 2025 budgets. Some other typical drivers that will impact the budgets are negotiated salary increases, price adjustments for contracted services, utility rates, fuel costs, and employee benefit rate negotiations. Asset management, as you heard about earlier today, will also and our lack of properly funded reserves will also continue to be one of our largest drivers for 2025 and future years, and is expected to have material impacts. So that brings us to our budget guidance, and we've broken it down into categories for each budget as well as some overarching principles. So the overarching principles to be used when developing the 2025 budgets include involving stakeholders where possible, including public engagement initiatives. Focus will also be placed on departments reviewing their operations to ensure services are provided in the most efficient and effective manner. As well, for 2025, we're encouraging departments to take this a step further and think creatively, to place an emphasis on cost savings or creative solutions to service delivery that will increase efficiency and minimize impacts to residents. For capital, our recommended guidance includes selecting projects based on the information gathered for the asset management plan, which will include considering risks and needs analysis when identifying the projects and timelines for the projects that are to be completed in. In addition, it's recommended that project managers review their ongoing projects that have experienced delays, as well as keeping in mind the project management capacity within those departments when recommending which projects to proceed with for 2025. And in terms of guidance for the rate budget, we are recommending adopting the principle that rates be established based on decisions made by council relating to the interurban water supply project in the absence of further decisions on IUWS and the completion of our upcoming comprehensive rate study. This is our best direction at this time. And then for the big one, the levy supported operating budget, we have an overall increase to the net levy projected at 8.5%, or approximately $139 million for a total net levy in 2025. This is consistent with what was projected during the 2024 budget deliberations. And the main driver for the difference is the need for continued work addressing our infrastructure requirements, which will continue to become more clear as we work through our asset management plan. These factors will drive the need for additional reserve funding. The targeted 8.5% increase would result in approximately a 7.5% increase for the average residential taxpayer when factoring in our current estimates for assessment growth. And other guidance points recommended within the report include a targeted net levy increase to include a planned 4% increase for infrastructure funding so that we can continue to address the balances in our reserves. We also have that the first 1% of assessment growth revenue be applied against the 2025 tax increase, with any surplus growth revenue above that level being allocated to prioritized reserves. As well, it is recommended that, like the last few years, a report outlining the business cases for service level changes be presented to council at the October Budget Committee meeting. This will allow more time for questions and input prior to producing the proposed budget document. And finally, the last piece of guidance is that key financial and budgetary policies will remain in full force, including no deficits being allowed, maintaining the debt placeholder in the budget for approved projects, and that the forecasted annual repayment limit not exceed the internal limit of 15%. So I think with that, it's worth also talking about why we have a projected increase after a year with a surplus that was reviewed earlier today. So as we noticed, there was a significant operating surplus experienced in 2023. At a high level, a portion of that surplus was related to items considered more one-time in nature, like elevated investment income and salaries and benefits gapping. So from an increase perspective, much of it, the increase that we're projecting for the levy budget in 2024 relates to our infrastructure needs, as I've noted already. And this result is continuing to address our reserves, additional impacts from asset management and building condition assessments, and debt servicing costs. I also just wanted to note that these projections are very preliminary at this stage, and estimates will be refined as we move through the process and more information becomes available. And as always, while the projected increase is significant, staff and the senior leadership team work very closely with finance through the budget process to mitigate increases where possible, with a focus on affordability for taxpayers by trying to keep the increase below the projection. So overall, approving the budget guidance for 2025 budgetary process will dictate the framework to be used by staff when preparing their budgets, and will guide the process to ensure that the county continues on the path toward long-term financial sustainability. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Questions, Councillor Brunton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, you mentioned 8.5% projected for the levy budget, possible? What is 1% roughly, do you know? Money-wise?
Sorry, through the chair, 1% is approximately 1.3 million.
And we had 13 point something this year surplus?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, great plan, well laid out, you know, no big surprises here for sure. We're on track with the number that was projected from last year, but I just struggle with endorsing the 8.5. So what direction can be given to you to send you back outlining something less than 8.5 as our starting point? And I can't recall, and I'm probably putting you on the spot, I don't know if you'll recall, but have we sent any NBIs to budget throughout the year to be debated at budget already? And if so, what were they?
Through the chair, I don't remember off the top of my head specifically which NBIs, but we're confident there are 2 that are already on our list that were referred to the budget.
Okay, yeah, and I'm putting you on the spot. I can't remember, so I shouldn't expect you to remember either. But I guess so then the first part of the question is what kind of direction can be given to you here today to reduce that? I don't want to arbitrarily pick a number. That's not how we should build out budgets. But, you know, 8.5 is pretty crazy. And I read somewhere in the report that I think, you know, 60 some odd % of the funding in the budget is just going to maintaining our service, or 70% of the budget is just going to maintaining the service levels. So what's, you know, the other 30, is that the investments in our reserves? And I'm not recommending touching that either, but what's the direction that can be given to staff to go kind of scrub the budget again and make sure we're not just settling for what our projections were and then thinking that that's a win, because it's still very expensive for the community members.
Through the chair, I would say as far as direction, we will take what you give to us and try to work best within those parameters. And just noting back to my earlier comment that we are really trying to commit to a minimum of 4% for infrastructure funding in order to continue on the path that we're on. So that coupled with a few things like negotiated salary and benefit increases really limits the flexibility there.
Maybe, you know, I was going to ask about the same type of question. There is 4% increase built in there on that long-term commitment. You know, we've had reports today already. We're 29 million short per year on this asset management, all of those things, and we're working on that. So that's 4% of the 8.5, and the other 4.5 is the inflation factor. And you know, we heard this last year at budget time that, like, I still don't know how inflation can be how it is officially by StatsCan when everything I buy is like 25-50% up, or it seems. Maybe I'm just buying the wrong stuff, but you know, it was reported last year that like all our road work and the bridges, that kind of work, and any maintenance on the buildings, that's up by, it was up 47%, I think last year was the number you reported. And yeah, I believe that. But so what we need to purchase has gone up a lot more than the quoted rate of inflation to balance that out to end up at 4.5. I think that's reasonable. But I do agree. I'd like to see is a target of a budget with a 0% increase, but still include that 4% increase into the reserves and list out all of the level of service cuts that would have to be made to keep the budget from, or the tax increase from going up. Because, you know, I looked at it last year, you know, we can just eliminate the whole heritage and culture division. That would save 1%. You know, get rid of all the museums all at once. That's 1% saving on our budget, but I don't think the public would go for that. You know, we could eliminate the fire department. That'd get rid of about 5%. I don't think the public would go for that, but you know, if you want business as usual, this is the budget guidelines as presented. I think that is correct. But if you're willing to cut something, let's look at that, but I don't see where you're going to find it. So sorry for my little rant. Is there any other questions? Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just, it's probably quick. I mean, I wonder if we could say 8.5 or lower. I mean, quite frankly. Just put it in there. Lower is great. I wonder, though, when the NBIs come to us, you know, they've already gone through SLT first, and the business case comes to us, which I appreciate that information, and then you provide the listing of everything that you're thinking. I'm assuming that there's some sort of ranking that goes with that. I don't recall that we get the ranking. Perhaps I'm incorrect, but I would like to see that just to know, okay, what are the next things that would be coming then? That may change year over year, certainly, but...
Through the chair, just to address the NBI question, that is something we did in years previous where there was a specific ranking criteria. The last few years we've trying to work towards where they're more prioritized by when we think they will need to come forward, because as we know, the list is very long. So when we bring it to you, our goal is to have it kind of categorized into these are like short-term immediate needs up to like long-term. So you have more of an idea of when those things will actually come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, the $13 million surplus, the $10 million we put into whatever fund, my memory's good, it's just short. What was it for again?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, so the surplus distribution, there was a number, I think it was 10.4, that we used to mitigate debt. So that's going to be transferred to the council or to the new incremental capital reserve, and from there it will be reduced debt-funded projects. So just from doing that, there's about $1 million in debt repayment that comes out of the levy for next year because we've mitigated that ahead.
What was that figure again, next year?
It's almost $1 million in debt payments that are reduced because the surplus was going to be used to offset debt-funded capital projects. 990,000.
Okay, but
roughly.
Is there not more going on? When do we surpass the 100 million? I thought that was in the books at one time.
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton. So right now we're sitting at about 85 million debt outstanding. And then we're not planning to issue this year. We do expect a larger issuance next year in 2025, but that's dependent on when the capital projects close. So we're still following our procedure of debt funding, issuing the debt after the capital project is significantly complete. And so when they complete, we issue. So it's hard to predict exactly what we'll issue next year.
Okay, and that's next year, but do you have any idea approximate next year?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, my best estimate off the top of my head is 20 to 30 million.
Ooh. And $1 million comes off.
Yeah, no good.
990,000 roughly in debt repayment is coming out based on the surplus of this year funding projects that we had intended to fund from debt.
Is Norview done, debenture?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, I believe it is finished in 2025. I think there's one more.
Thank you.
So we would have issued 10 million in debentures this year, but rather than borrow the money, we're taking the surplus to pay the bills that we've already incurred, and there will be no debt, right?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Yeah. I think we talked about that last year, that was a good idea to pay the bills you already owe rather than go borrow the money, right? So, any other questions? If not, a motion that report CS 24-096, the 2025 budget timetable and guidance be received as information, and that council accept the guidelines contained within this report, and that staff be directed to use these guidelines in preparation of the 2025 budgets. Any more discussion? The mover, Councillor Duthie, seconder, Councillor Van Riesche. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Next one is done. There is no other business. Any announcements? Nothing from staff, nothing from the members. Okay. We have one late closed session item today. Can I have a mover for the following, that the committee enter into closed session at 6:15 p.m. pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, Section 239(2)C, to discuss matters pertaining to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board. Mover, Councillor Huffman. Seconder, Councillor Duthie. All in favor? That's carried. Move to closed session.
And I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/ourfuturenorfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment, and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning.
Okay, welcome back. Could I have a motion to reconvene in open session at 6:30 p.m.? Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Duthie. All in favor? That is carried. And I'll ask the clerk to read the motion from closed session.
That report CS 24012 County Land Review Project, proposed property sale Ward 6 be received as information, and that council provided direction to staff.
We need a mover and seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Brunton, second by Councillor Columbus. Any debate? All in favor? That is carried. and I'm on the last page of my notes, and I would ask Councillor Huffman for a motion to adjourn at 6:31 PM. Seconder, Councillor Duffy, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everyone.